Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are St. Louis.
This is Fox Sports Midwest production of Major League Baseball from downtown St. Louis in Busch Stadium. This afternoon, the St. Louis Cardinals play host to the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Cardinals activate their all-star, potential MVP of 2013, Yadier Molina, back in the lineup today. And welcome to St. Louis Cardinals baseball. That's the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Great to have you with us for day baseball, the rubber game between the Cards and the Pirates. The Cardinals get the big news of the day, the return of Yadi.
That's good news right there. They have missed his bat in the lineup. When he left, he was leading the National League in batting average at .330. He'll come back to this lineup, and it can use a boost.
Yeah, he has been outstanding at the plate, certainly behind the plate, and he will catch Lance Lynn today. It's a pair of big righties on the mound. Lynn, Burnett. Cards, Bucks coming up. To become a 14-game winner this afternoon on Fox Sports Midwest. fastball is gone. Brandon Phillips. This is trouble.
And Neil Walker hits a two-run homer.
Oh, what a pick.
Outstanding catch. Oh, what a play.
Diving for the bag and got it. Relay to the plate. Safe. Got him.
Swing and a miss.
One of the most dominating pitching performances ever.
And all kinds of smiles for Cincinnati.
That is gone. The Pirates' fourth home run of the day. Cincinnati holds on for the victory. The Pirates take 2 of 3. Cardinals have a sweep.
Number 21, Roberto Clemente. Carlos Beltran is one of the many current players influenced by the former Pirate. Jay Randolph has more on the connection between the past and the present.
There was very little in the game of baseball that Roberto Clemente couldn't do well. He could hit, savagely driving the ball to all parts of the field. He could throw laser beams from his cannon-like arm and right. He could run. Clemente always hustled and never seemed interested in stopping. Clemente's career was full of awards, but his greatest accomplishments aren't written in baseball's record books. They are written on the sides of buildings. They are inscribed on monuments and statues. Clemente had a huge impact on baseball and left a bigger impact on youngsters from Latin American countries. Carlos Beltran was one of those kids from Latin America. Born an hour from Clemente's hometown of Carolina, Puerto Rico, Carlos grew up admiring Clemente, not just for being a remarkable player, but for remembering where he came from.
You know, every Puerto Rican knows about Roberto Clemente, and I just have to say that I'm proud of everything that he did. He was, like I said, great ball player, but an exceptional human being.
During the season, Clemente was busy winning batting titles, Gold Gloves, and MVPs. In the off-season, while playing pro ball in Puerto Rico, he offered sports clinics for local children. One of Clemente's dreams was to create a place where young Puerto Ricans could do more than just practice sports. And in 1974, 2 years after his untimely death, his dream came true. Carlos Beltran's dreams came true about 37 years later. Carlos broke ground on the Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy in Puerto Rico.
As a ball player, you know, I felt that for me it was the right thing for me to, you know, build this high school, try to give back to my country, trying to play the game like he did. It was our first Puerto Rican Hall of Famer, and his memory is still alive.
This December marks the 40th year of Clemente's death in a plane crash while attempting to deliver aid to earthquake victims in Nicaragua. Clemente once said he wanted to be remembered as a ball player who gave all he had to give. That's also the way he'll be remembered as a man.
The official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buzz. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer or log on to stlchevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake. Just no equal. Just no equal behind the plate. That man there, Yadier Molina, and what a sight to see him back in the lineup and healthy, ready to go, and should provide a boost to this lineup.
Well, it's the only thing we can really hope for. He can guide the pitching staff, and his bat is much needed.
Let's turn to Al Hrabosky's Toyota keys to the game.
Well, one, we want to keep the ball in the ballpark. That's how the Pirates have gotten off to quick starts. First 2 games, they've hit 2 home runs, giving them 3-0 leads in each game. And one thing that Lance Lynn has to do is he has to cut down his walks. Last time he lost, he only gave up 3 hits in almost 7 innings, but he walked 5. So it'll be Lance's 24th start, and he's got that 13-6 record. Jordan Zimmerman won his 14th game, so he can equal the high in the National League with a victory here today. He's 2-0 against the Pirates this season. Still maintains a close to 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, and right now the Cardinals are counting on him to provide a good start.
The first pitch is a ball taken by Starling Marte. Starling Marte, their leadoff man, has hit safely in 12 of the 13 games against St. Louis this year. .326 average, and he has been a table setter. The Bucks 41-14 when he scores. Leadoff hit. He's got speed, on his way to second base, standing up with a double, and that's how we start play today.
Tough break right there. You get a ground ball. You don't get rewarded as it takes a high bounce over the head of Freese, And it's our Chevy Foxtrax set up away, totally misses location. It's up and in, and the high bouncer, watch this, right over the head of David Freese. No chance, and with Marte's speed, it's an easy extra base hit, his 25th double of the year.
Current hitting streak of 9 games for Neil Walker, and in his last 17 games hitting well above 350, so swinging a hot bat. Corners are in or step or two. He shows bunt, and why not? You know, if you're thinking like Clint Hurdle probably is right now, let's get an early lead and try to apply some pressure on the road and see what we can do with A.J. Burnett with a lead.
Walker's also 3 for 15 off of Lance Lynn, so A.J. Burnett is 2-0 against the Cardinals, but a much better ERA than Lance Lynn.
Popped up. That is big. Yachty throws the helmet and the mask and makes the play. Batted bat there by Walker, brings in McCutchen.
Neil knew that he didn't have a very productive bat there, couldn't advance the runner. Keeps him at second base.
And if you're wondering if he was frustrated, well, we could hear it up here. Slammed the bat, cursing as he went down the first base line, so we apologize for any foul language. Here's Andrew McCutchen. Hit his 17th home run of the year on Tuesday. Had 2 hits last night, and now 3 straight multi-hit games. 1 home run shy of 100 for his career. Outfield is straight away. Fouled back in a fastball by Lynn.
Lance has pretty well contained McCutchen. He's just 4 for 20. Still got a long way to go, but if he can get out of this inning and not allow Marte to score, be a big momentum shifter for the Redbirds. They need a little momentum on their side.
McCutchen checks in with a .316 average. That's the highest it's been for Andrew this year. An MVP candidate since the All-Star break, one of the hottest hitters in the game. 62 total bases since the break, and that's the most in the National League.
He hits last night, so he has 3 straight multi-hit games.
One out, runner at second, an 0-2 pitch, spoiled by McCutchen. Jason Worth slowly but surely turning into Teen Wolf, but also hitting very well. Highest average in August. Andrew McCutchen, 474, and then Matt Holliday at 432.
I like the Teen Wolf reference. I had no problem with that.
I mean, how about that beard, man? I mean, you thought Jason Mott had a pretty good beard going. Look at that look right now and that picture by Jason Worth. Goodness. Maybe I'm just jealous. Oh-2 pitch to Andrew McCutchen with 1 out and a runner at second base. It's held on to by Molina, and a strikeout for Lance Lynn. A look at the Pirates lineup. Marte, Walker, McCutchen. You've seen those 3. Alvarez, a 440-foot home run last night. Martin, Jones, Lambo, Barmes, and the pitcher A.J. Burnett. The Cardinals defense presented by Dobbs, Holliday, Jay, Craig in the outfield. Matt Adams getting us started first. Then you have Carpenter, Descalso at short, Freeze at the left side of the infield at third. And good to see Yachty, platinum winner of all the Rawlings Awards defensively, is behind the plate. Gold Glove winner, Platinum Glove, and a ball is taken by Alvarez. 29 home runs, 76 RBIs, and he has done a good portion of his damage the last 2 years against St. Louis. He has destroyed the Cardinals. 9 home runs, 33 RBIs since the beginning of last season against St. Louis.
Buccos are 38-11 when Alvarez collects an RBI. He's hit in 5 of his last 6 games. 1 home run shy of 30, and he'd be the first Pirate third baseman in their history to have a 30 home run year. Seems strange, doesn't it?
It does. Bill Madlock, you know, a guy that maybe walked into a big season at one point in time, but 30 home runs back then was huge.
Yeah. More like 50 is today. Hebner.
Two and one the count on Alvarez. Runner goes, throw by Yachty, and the tag is there. Oh, they got him. Marte gunned down at third. Welcome back, Yadier Molina. Fires a strike to third base with a cannon from behind the plate. And a little jolt into Busch Stadium. Head matchups. The Pirates 8-4 against St. Louis this year. Carpenter, Jay, and Holiday. Then Craig, Molina, Adams, Freese, Descalso, and Lance Lynn. Around the horn, presented by Dobbs, Marte, McCutchen, and Lambo in the outfield. Alvarez, Barmes on the left side. Walker and Jones on the right side. Russell Martin back in there behind the plate to catch longtime major leaguer, the veteran, still a hard thrower, A.J. Burnett.
And you look at that, he only has 5 wins on the season, and 2 of those are against the Cardinals with an ERA of 1.35. It's in 3 starts. Remember, a year ago he had a disastrous game against the Redbirds where in less than 3 innings he gave up 12 earned runs, 2 home runs, 12 hits. Became only starting pitching in live ball era, that's since 1920, to allow 12 earned runs in fewer than 3 innings. And hopefully we can do some of that here this afternoon.
Here's Matt Carpenter, and the first pitch is taken for a strike. 4-game hitting streak for Carpenter. Swinging a hot bat, he's 9 for his last 19. And overall this season he's hitting .310.
And the first 3 hitters in the Cardinal lineup have hitting streaks. Everybody afterwards is in negative territory.
0-2 the count. But Matt Carpenter, such a table setter. We mentioned when Marte scores what the Pirates do. Same can be said here for Matt Carpenter. Leads the National League with 47 multi-hit games.
And I think I'd take it a step further. You look at that disastrous road trip, the last one we had.
Ground ball to first and handled easily. Oh, no, safe at first. You thought that would be an easy play, just to walk up, step on the bag for Jones. Instead, a little hesitation. Burnett not there. Always hustling Matt Carpenter, and he's awarded a hit.
That's right. Never embarrass yourself if you're hustling. And A.J. Burnett a little slow in getting over there. and Carpenter just beats him to the bag. Rolls over on this one, but look at the hustle. And A.J. Burnett, look at him stutter stepping, trying to get the right foot there, and then he realizes, feels the presence of Carpenter go by him, so he lunges for it and comes up short.
Initially, I thought Jones would just take that himself.
And that might have been what A.J. Burnett was thinking, but you can't. Sometimes it's better just to react, don't think.
Can't assume it, can
nope.
you?
But anytime you can avoid a little shovel pass or anything, you should avoid it.
So here's John Jay swinging a hot bat, average at 271. Cardinals have moved him into the second spot in the lineup. Holiday in a familiar spot, batting third. Craig in the cleanup spot. Then the return of Yachty. Just feels a little different with Molina back in the lineup today.
Sure does. And by the way, Tony Cruz, you get information, he's put on the disabled list with a hairline fracture of the forearm. And I mean, you just got to give him some credit. They knew about that, but with Yachty on the disabled list, he had to play and did a great job.
Runner goes, and the Cardinals hit into a double play. 6-3. That was the theme last night.
Well, Mike Matheny sending the runner at first to avoid the double play, and with Barmas covering, that ball bounces over the mound, right over the bag. Barmas fields the ball standing on the bag, and John Jay has no chance. So there's the first out, and then the return throw. So that kind of atones for the mental mistake on the base hit by Carpenter.
Here is Holiday, average at 293, 15 home runs, 59 RBIs. We showed you that graphic earlier. He's one of the hottest hitters right now in the game. Game hitting streak on the line today. He's hit .459 during this streak. The outfield very deep of Pittsburgh. You're seeing him spray the ball everywhere with power too. Had a multi-home run game over the weekend, and one of the home runs wound up in the bullpen in right.
That was his first multi-hit or multi-home run game this year, and 18th in his career.
1-1 pitch. Reds and Milwaukee later tonight. We'll keep an eye on that.
That's hit a home run off of Burnett, 5 for 19 with a home run, 4 RBIs.
You look up, the Reds only a half game back of St. Louis in the wild card race. So he chases that pitch out of the zone and start to pay a little bit more attention to what Arizona's doing too. Arizona will face these Pirates up next. Arizona with 3 straight walk-off wins against Baltimore. The 2-2 pitch to Holiday. Struck him out. First strikeout for A.J. Burnett in the ballgame. No score after 1. Is over. Keep texting the word 6 to 55155 to get great deals even after this season ends. Still trying to figure out why, with Pedro Alvarez up, Starling Marte was running. He was gunned down at third base. Alvarez all-time ranks against St. Louis, and he has had a field day against Cardinal pitching. But I know you, being the great analyst that you are, Mr. Rabowski, you'll tell me why Starling Marte was running with 2 down.
Selfish.
Okay, we'll move on.
He was in scoring position from second base, so
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, why take a chance? You know Molina's back, and you're not going to fool him, and he makes a great throw. Good tag by David Freese, and he runs himself and his team out of an inning.
Strike 2 on Pedro Alvarez. Seeing the curveball and the changeup here from Lance Lynn. Staying away from the fastball, at least initially here. Talk about the presence of Yadier Molina, what he means in the lineup, but also to this pitching staff and the familiarity with Yadi for basically a decade behind the plate.
Sinker there. They had a good location down and away. Mentioned in Lance Lynn's last start, he walked 5. Only gave up 3 hits in that game, but he lost because of the walks.
Al, being a former pitcher, you can understand it, that familiarity, that comfort level that you get with a guy that you trust behind the plate. Cardinals have that. Yadi.
Curveball.
And a strikeout of Pedro Alvarez. Second of the afternoon for Lance Lynn.
Now he was asking for him to bounce it, but if he keeps the bat on his shoulder, doesn't really matter. And it was a good backdoor breaking ball. The curveball there, and you know what you're talking about. I think the fans have no understanding about what it does mean if you're comfortable with your receiver. Everybody really likes Tony Cruz, and he works well with the pitching staff, but obviously, you know, Yadi's another dimension, because nobody really challenges anything he puts down. They can really kind of turn the game completely over to him and trust his judgment.
You don't see many Cardinal hurlers shake him off, and tried to frame that pitch a little bit low. Pull it back up into the strike zone. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
And there's nothing more comforting when in your mind you've got a pitch that you want to throw, and then the catcher puts the same signal down. Then you know, you really do feel like you're on the same page. You say, I know that's the right pitch. Now I just have to execute it.
3-1 the count on Russell Martin. And a ball that gets away, and it hit our home plate umpire, Alan Porter. And that was a ball. So time is called. A walk to Martin. And the hitter will be Garrett Jones. First walk issued by either starter today.
Russell Martin was 1 for 9 off of Lance. So don't want to give those free passes, especially to a leadoff man. Does it here with 1 out, but now you've got Adams holding the runner on at first. Carpenter trying to move over into the hole, but
Garrett Jones hitting .251. First pitch is hit out of play. We mentioned that McCutchen is 1 home run shy of the century mark. Garrett Jones 2 away as he connected for his 11th home run of the season last night. Line shot into the seats and right off of Shelby Miller. You go back to 2009, he is right behind McCutchen as far as home runs since 2009 for the Pirates. A versatile player that can play first base or the outfield, as we saw the other night.
And 96 home runs since 2009, and McCutchen has hit 99.
0-2 pitch.
Oh, 2 pitch, kind of wasted it up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. What does Yachty want? Go to first.
Descalso, the Cardinals shortstop, is near the bag at second. Carpenter more towards the line at first base, so the gap is there, but a little bit of a shift on for Garrett Jones. Pirates turn to double play. Cardinals would love to do that right here. 1-2 pitch. They'll take the strikeout. Second in the inning, third in the game for Lance Lynn. Just rears back and fires it. Replay brought to you by Plaza Tire Service all afternoon long.
Fastball out of way, throws it by him. His 3rd strikeout of the game, 2nd this inning. Now a quick talk with Lambeau at the plate. Some way Andrew would be big up in Wisconsin, wouldn't he?
Lambeau Field, huh?
Yeah. How many people would say, I own a piece of you?
There's some pitchers that maybe have said that.
He's got 31 combined home runs between AA and AAA this year. 0 for 6 to start his major league career.
Lance Lynn is edging closer now to Adam Wainwright. The team lead in strikeouts. Lynn 3 more today at 148, and Wainwright leads the team at 162. That pitch taken outside is, see Lynn falling off to that first base side. We talk a lot about that as he spins off his pitches.
Sometimes you just wish Lance Lynn would just draw a line out there in front where you say, okay, I've got to step on this line instead of just spinning off towards first and not finishing off his pitches. When he hits his landing area, you know, he can get away to the left-handed batters and in on the right-handed batters. But when he falls off, everything flattens out. Instead of staying on top of his pitches, which has a little life at the end, it becomes real flat and a frisbee if it's a breaking ball.
3-2 pitch, runner goes, and it's popped up. So Lynn able to battle back after falling behind. Catch made in foul territory by David Freese. It's Craig Molina Adams coming up when we come back. Polisher. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax.
How big?
Really big. Got to sell it, Al. Beautiful day, little baseball. What do you say?
Hey, I'm not arguing with this weather. This
And
is
they pay us to
absolutely
do it, Al. Give me some on that, baby. And speaking of baby.
You wouldn't be talking about old baby, would you?
No, 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 no. Interesting point, my friend. Here's Alan Craig to lead it off, and that pitch is taken for a ball outside. It's Craig, then Yadier Molina. I'm sure he's about to hear a huge reception from this crowd, and Matt Adams. And a breaking ball is taken for a strike. It was Alan Craig that sent us into extra innings in game 1 of this series, which wound up lasting 4 hours and 55 minutes. And it's been an unbelievable run of long games, so much so that even the players and Mike Matheny have talked about it. And Mike was saying today a lot of it is due to the fact that the pitchers, in particular, starting pitchers, go deep into counts and the long pace between pitches. But they've tried to address that with their club, and maybe that changes here today.
Well, we don't want it to end that long streak like it did last night.
Gets Craig to reach. Grounded is short. And here's Yachty.
Liriano was outstanding.
Number 4, catcher Yadier Molina.
So nice to see him back, the MVP candidate, Yadier Molina.
Most popular Cardinal, and we need his bat.
First pitch popped up. Jones is over, and he makes the play. 2 away.
Not 0 for his last 7, but returning to the lineup will be a big kick for the club.
Matt Adams will be the hitter. Powerful young first baseman with the 9 home runs. He's driven in 34. He's hitless, though, in his last 7 at bats.
0 for 5, couple punch outs against Burnett.
Big question for Matt Adams. Could he find himself a role on this team as a pinch hitter? And he has answered that question with an emphatic yes. 3 pinch hit home runs, 8 RBIs in the pinch. So the Cardinals now trying to find ways to get him some ABs. It's up the middle, but a shift was on, and A.J. Burnett has a 1-2-3 inning, goes right through 3, 4, and 5 in this lineup. Village. And don't forget, we have the Fred Bird Birthday Bash weekend coming up. Saturday, August 24th, Sunday the 25th. You'll get a hat, courtesy of Ice Mountain, and also the Build-A-Bear is on Sunday. They're working away, Ballpark Village. Great to see it's finally going up, and we'll see it ready for opening day next year. Let's check in with Pat Perez.
Dan, nice to see Yadi back, obviously. It was Tony Cruz, though, was the move that allowed Yadi to come off the disabled list as Tony Cruz goes on the DL. And kind of a surprise for him and for all of us, because it's a microfracture in his left forearm, and that was what puts him on the DL. And the DL for him means 15 days because the forearm had been hurting for about a month. And he did a nice job catching in Yadi's absence, of course. But it was the forearm that was just too much when he swung the bat, and that's why he lands on the DL.
And so he played through this injury for how long, Pat, do we know?
He said almost a month, but it really became painful over the last few days. They had an MRI yesterday, and it showed that microfracture just a few inches above the elbow on his left forearm. And it really makes you appreciate the job that Tony Cruz has been doing for the last 2 weeks while Yadi was on the DL.
No doubt about it. So we've got Yadi back in the lineup today, and this is where he can be dangerous on a play like this. They were practicing this play with Yadi the other day. A single by Barmas. Here's Burnett to sacrifice, but they had Yadi pouncing on the baseball with a coach behind him, throwing it over his shoulder as if it was a bunt, pouncing on the ball and throwing to the various bags around the infield. We know he's a weapon. He's done it many times to get that lead runner.
And one of the things he has is fearless. He's not afraid to make a mistake. In this game, if you're afraid to make a mistake, you're going to make many of them.
Strike two.
How about Barmas? It seems like he always gets hits off the Cardinals. Clint is now 8 for 18. And 3 doubles, 3 RBIs his last 7 games against St. Louis.
Outfield very, very shallow. No balls in 2 strikes. Nobody out. A.J. Burnett squaring again and takes a pitch outside. Calling the balls and strikes today. That's Alan Porter. 3rd year in the big leagues. Number of seasons spent in the minor leagues, over a decade.
My recollections of Alan Porter have all been positive.
Very much so. I agree with you. He is a graduate, by the way, of the Wendelstedt umpiring school and a native of Pennsylvania. So Alan Porter behind the plate, calling our balls and strikes. The 2-2. Stabbed at it and a strikeout. You're not going to get much from A.J. Burnett outside of what he does on the hill. There's not a lot of hustle. There's not sprinting. But there is a lot of fastballs and a nasty attitude. Mizzou night coming up. We've gotten our Mizzou caps, especially for Mike Helling, the KU grad. And that's August 24th at Busch Stadium, Cardinals.com/theme. Mike Helling, our producer today. Big, big fan of that night. And so are we. 4 strikeouts for Lance Lynn. Top of the lineup, and here is Starling Marte. I heard our buddy Mike Kelly on a promo for Mizzou night. Golden Girls will be here, the Mizzou band, Mike Alden, and many that are affiliated with that program will be here. Mike Alden, the longtime AD. Mizzou night coming up on August 24th. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Be tough to double up Starling Marte with his speed.
Marte with his double to lead off this ball game is now 5 for 11 against Lance Lynn. We'll take a line drive double play also, wouldn't we?
We'll take it. Good pitch on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You look at the numbers of the Pirates offensively. This team it just isn't a team that hits all that well. But when they play St. Louis, it's a completely different story. They've really hit the Cardinals well, and it doesn't matter if it's been Wainwright, Westbrook, Lance Lynn.
You know, Dan, when you look at the matchups, starting pitching, basically the ERAs are the same. Their bullpen is a full run better than the Cardinal bullpen. And the real difference is the home runs. They've hit 13, we've hit 3.
Pirates have been thrilled with Starling Marte and what they've gotten out of him. Came in with all of 70 days of Major League service into this season, but they knew that this guy could be a star, and he has delivered. Last year at AAA, led the International League in triples. He's been very good with the Pirates this season with his speed.
He's kind of just taken over that job where guys like Presley and Tabata. Remember a couple of years ago they gave Tabata a big contract, and right after that, you know, they questioned his attitude.
Swing and a miss. Out number 2, strikeout number 5 for Lance Lynn. As we turn to the Twitter poll presented by AT&T. Which team has the best chance to reach postseason play? Diamondbacks, Orioles, Royals, or Nationals? I have to say Washington has been the biggest disappointment on that list. Baltimore, led by Chris Davis, one of their big names that has come through. And just a great player all around. And Manny Machado, the leadership of Buck Showalter, they've been fun to watch.
Baltimore trails in the American League wild card by 2.5 games. Kansas City trails by 4.5 games. Arizona 5.5, and Washington 8.5. He said these Pirates are going to go to Arizona. Or, excuse me, they'll go to play at Pittsburgh's home field, PNC Park. Another reason why the Cardinals have to play the Cubbies very, very tight. Road trip that they could have some success on. When we're playing Milwaukee, what are they playing? Who are they?
They will have a West Coast swing coming up. They've got San Diego, and that's a line out to second. And San Diego for 3, then San Francisco for 4. After this weekend, only 3 games at home against Arizona. And he has seen his club really shut down by the Pirates at times, in particular with Francisco Liriano and how well he pitched last night. Remember, the Pirates took 4 of 5 against St. Louis in Pittsburgh. Liriano and Burnett 4-0, 1.25 ERA Look at the amount of strikeouts, 37. Everybody else 4-4. The ERA that is near 4. Here's David Freese, and a fastball at the knees catches the outside corner. Freese, Descalso, and Lynn. 7, 8, 9 in the lineup for St. Louis.
David 0 for his last 11.
What has been a very frustrating year for David Freese, no doubt. Just 6 home runs. He's driven in 43. And it started in spring training against Minnesota, slipping on a pop-up exhibition game, landing on his back, hurting himself, and then just trying to get back into playing shape, get his timing back.
Start and stop about 3 times during spring training. Ended up beginning of the season, the first week on the DL. And then probably trying to play catch up, get his timing back for the first 4 to 6 weeks. And then you just, you get buried. Time you look at those numbers and you say, well, I should be having more home runs, more RBIs, but he's not the only one with home runs being down. And 5 guys last year had 20 or more home runs, and several of them are off that pace quite a bit.
The 2-2 to David Freese. They just pound the outside portion of the strike zone on David. Second strikeout for AJ Burnett. Shortstop Daniel Descalso is hitting .258, 5 home runs. He has driven in 31.
Now you just have, whether it's Cosma or Descalso, Freese, all kind of struggling, and kind of hard to keep the hit parade rolling.
Ground ball that's hit to second. Neil Walker with it. Out number 2. AJ Burnett cruising right now in this game. Remember, AJ came up all the way back in 1999 when he was with the Florida Marlins at that time. Number of years with the Marlins, and then off to Toronto. Spent 3 years with the Yankees, and in year number 2 with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
He's from Little Rock, and before he went to Toronto as a free agent, the Cardinals had a lot of interest in him. Speaking of Little Rock, Bob and Wanda Taylor are doing well. I know Wanda had a little health issue, and hopefully she is doing much better.
And that's the place, the home, Little Rock being at one point a Cardinal affiliate.
Yep.
Is that where you stayed with those folks?
No, but Bob Taylor was on the board of directors of the Arkansas Travelers, and through my friendship there, and have sustained it ever since.
2 strikeouts in the inning for AJ Burnett. 3 today as we jump ahead to the 4th when we come back. Print courtesy of Coke Zero. Friday, August 23rd, Cardinals take on the Atlanta Braves, one of the best teams right now in baseball, one of the hottest teams. And the first 25,000 fans will receive a limited edition Cardinals Campus print. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Having some fun today over at Mike Shannon's restaurant. Mike is on assignment. Ricky is working over on the other side with John Rooney.
There go Cardinals.
Atlanta, by the way, 14 games in front in the National League East. 74 and 47. 74 and 47 as they have had just 17 losses out at home. They're 42 and 17 at home. Wow. It's McCutchen, Alvarez, and Martin.
Of course, remember they had that long winning streak when Cardinals went into Atlanta. That winning streak was at 1. It ended up around 15, something like that.
Coincided when they added the Waffle House.
Yes, it did. Started that Friday night. The Waffle House at the ballpark.
0-2 the count on McCutchen, who struck out first time up. And Lance Lynn has 5 strikeouts today. Yachty wants it low, gets it there. Nods in approval of the pitch by Lynn.
Lance only allowed 3 base runners, 2 hits and a walk, 5 strikeouts. He's doing what he can to put up zeros, but so's Burnett.
Foul territory, out of room at Adams.
Still thinking about that home run he hit off of Adam Wainwright into the right field corner.
Opposite field shot and a 2-run homer. They added another, and then all of a sudden the Cardinals had to play catch up. Eventually they did and won the ball game.
You know, you just didn't see little guys hit home runs, but he is powerfully built. He hit 31 home runs last year, 17 this year.
A 2-2 pitch. Got to hurry. Freeze to first, and they get the speedy McCutchen. Now you look at Marte, you look at McCutchen for a catcher. Martin can run. They say Lambo can run a little bit. This team has got speed. Fun to watch.
See how far he's thrown out by, but you're absolutely right. You know, speed can be a weapon. And it's part of the frustration for Cardinal fans is it looks like the Cardinals, when they're in a lull, they don't really do anything. But part of that is because they don't have any speed. Colton Wong's got a little bit, right?
Very much so.
Element that
yeah,
young second baseman that we should see in a few weeks.
Very intriguing and how you're going to use Colton Wong once he gets here, and he will get here this year barring injury.
And you have to assume that Matt Carpenter is going to another position. You got to keep him in the lineup.
2 balls and 1 strike. There's John Mozeliak there on the right. Alvarez is swing and a miss. 2-2. Broken bat, slowly hit. The shift was on, and a base hit for Alvarez. He makes a good pitch, and it winds up being an infield hit for Pedro Alvarez.
And without the shift, that's an easy ground ball that Carpenter sucks up and throws it. So down and away, they want him to hit it to the right side. Shatters the bat. He gets by the mound. Now you make sure that Lance Lynn's okay.
Pedro Alvarez, after the game last night, was asked repeatedly about his success against the Cardinals and never took the bait. He just said, look, when I think of the Cardinals, I think of a team that competes. It's the team that we have to beat, and just gave them all the respect in the world. And that's what other players want to hear.
And of course, same thing the Cardinals. And they're asked about the domination of the Pirates, and say, you know, that's a pretty good club over there. And they're not going to fade.
Talking with Mike Matheny before the game today, and this is Russell Martin, the catcher of the Pirates, who had yesterday off. Yachty back in there today. I asked him, I said, well, what's the plan for Molina, your schedule? Is it something that you have internally thought about, how many games you'd like to get him in, how many innings per week? And he said yes. He said, but it is a situation that is fluid. Okay.
I think you can plan that. I think the Cardinals have 3 off days remaining in the regular schedule. So either the day before it or the day after it, you'll probably get a rest, get 2 for 1.
Out at second, and the turn. Yes, they turn the double play. Slowly hit ball, and Russell Martin grounds into an inning-ending double play here at the top of the 4th. Quick exchange here out of the glove, and Carpenter able to turn it, and a good call at first. The double play, the Hyundai replay. Now both teams have turned a DP here this afternoon. Nice turn by Matt Carpenter. The Cardinals have the top of the lineup: Carpenter, Jay, and Holiday. As Mike Matheny was just moments ago talking it over with Yadier Molina. Take a look at our difference maker. And no surprise here, BJC difference maker, Cardinals catcher, Yadier Molina. Just looking at all these averages, 329, 317, Carpenter 311, Beltran 303, the 20 home runs. Holiday now edging closer to 300, and yet you wonder, where is the offense gone? Because it has not been producing at the clip that we saw earlier in the season.
And part of that is now all of a sudden, very few home runs, very few extra base hits, primarily singles. They don't walk a high percentage of the time, and you don't steal. So the only way they've been able to do it is maintaining that .334 batting average with runners in scoring position. But we've been saying for months that that's going to go down.
Carpenter reached because of his hustle first time up with an infield hit. Just a fun player to watch, isn't he?
He sure is. You never are going to see him not try to push the envelope, hustle. He just an old-fashioned ball player who says, let me play.
In a day and age in professional sports, you don't always get that full effort from players. The money has changed a lot. And I'm not just talking about baseball. I mean in sports in general. Just to see a guy go up there, the no batting gloves, plays hard every single inning, every single moment. You really learn to respect that, and you pull for a guy like that. And that's, I think, the way that most feel about Matt Carpenter.
Yeah, and I think another great trait is just the fact that he doesn't worry about what is beyond his control. If it's something that he can control, he's happy, to give that maximum effort. But something around him, something that really is a management decision or ownership decision or something like that, he stays out of it and just plays baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Carpenter hits it fair. It's another multi-hit game for the Cardinal leadoff man. On his way to second base. He'll stop there. Leadoff double, Matt Carpenter. He's back at it again.
Not only is he the multi-hit leader in the National League, he's also the doubles leader. That is his 40th double now.
Right fielder for the Pirates today is Lambeau, and Matt Carpenter making sure that he's at least in scoring position and not taking that chance at third.
Is it going to go down in the corner, or is it going to go all the way into the corner or off that side wall? So you really can't be too aggressive, and played it as well as he could, not knowing whether that ball was going to get into the corner or off the side advertising wall.
John Jay showing bunt. We've seen him do this an awful lot when he's been in the second spot in the lineup, which he is today. Now the thing is with John Jay, he's swinging a very good bat. He's also been going to left a lot, and right now the Cardinals have hitting room to that side for Jay. 274 with runners in scoring position. Barmas trying to keep the runner close at second. Alvarez is about 2 steps off the line and in, so a lot of hitting room to that left side.
And if you're going to bunt the ball, you want to bunt it down the third base line. Now they're bringing the first baseman in, Garrett Jones, bring him in a little bit, but hard enough to get it by the pitcher where the third baseman has to come in, so Carpenter has a clear path to third.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to John Jay. Strike 2.
And an old veteran, Jay Burnett, squaring around, so he's elevating the ball, trying to get the pop up, and John Jay is down in the count 0-2.
So Carpenter with the double down the first base line. Major League Baseball leading 48th multi-hit game of the season. He stands at second base.
Either pull it or, like you say, shoot the ball to left field. Not afraid to have him swing away.
1 ball and 2 strikes. He is one of the guys that I'm not sure I'd rather see bunt or hit, but I think right now the way that he's swinging the bat, swing away.
I agree. I think he's also one of those guys that a little more comfortable bunting for a base hit than sacrificing. As we said, Burnett's trying his bag of tricks to foil the bunt attempt by elevating the ball.
Strikes out, and A.J. Burnett has struck out 6. Check that 4.
You Hits the breaking ball and right over the top of it. Like you said, Dan, I wish you would have got the bunt down. Carpenter is in scoring position with Holiday up.
1 out and a runner at second. The pitch is taken outside. Holiday struck out swinging first time up.
Neil Walker trying to shadow, trying to cut down the lead. And Holiday gets so many balls hit hard up the middle. On the road trip, Mike Matheny tried to jumpstart the offense a little, switching Holiday and Craig.
2 balls, no strikes, 1 out, runner at second base. Outfield deep, straight away. Outside, 3-0. Craig is on deck.
Move Holiday back to the 3 spot since he's gotten hot.
And he walked him. First walk issued by A.J. Burnett. FoxSportsMidwest.com, your home for Cardinals news all season long. And you can log on for game previews, recaps, latest updates from Stan McNeil and Ben Fredrickson. It's all at FoxSportsMidwest.com. You're asking for trouble here if you're the Pirates. One of the best in the business with runners in scoring position at the plate in Allen Craig.
This is the matchup that A.J. Burnett wanted.
.469 with runners in scoring position. He's been pounding that outside corner to the right-handed hitters.
That was about the same pitch that Holiday walked on.
The Cardinals have 5 in the top 10 with runners in scoring position this year. Craig is 3rd in RBIs in the league. Little tapper to the left side. Alvarez gloves, throws. Runners advance to 2nd and 3rd, and there's 2 down. And step shotting.
Alvarez, by the way, has 24 errors on the season, and he's made every play in this series.
Molina popped out his first time up. His average is now at .329, and he trails Chris Johnson of Atlanta at .337. Not a bad pickup when you replace a Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer, and Chipper Jones with the game's leading hitter in the National League. 2 outs, 2 on. Again, swinging at that first pitch, something that we saw an awful lot of prior to his stint on the DL. Molina, .383. That's his average with runners in scoring position. Inning started with a double by Carpenter. Strikeout of Jay. Walk to Holiday. Ground out by Craig, and here's an 0-1 pitch to Yadier Molina. Strike 2.
Knuckle curves.
You think about Yadi, it was no rehab assignment, just some BP, so may take a little bit for him to get his timing back. Game situations.
I'm still trying to figure out how A.J. Burnett only has 5 wins. And that's only 3 wins. And he's not facing the Cardinals. This is his 23rd start.
0-2 pitch to Molina. Doesn't chase. 1-2 the count. Molina, they're going to really curtail the playing time, maybe find some at bats with him on the infield and not back behind the plate, that crouching stance.
It's kind of one of those situations too with, you know, you play first base, but with you know, trying to get Matt Adams as many bats as possible. It's tough to do that too.
Here's a 1-2. Yachty guides it into right, slicing foul. I'm going to throw something at you here, Al, that I've watched an awful lot of, and I have not had the chance to ask John Mozeliak or Mike Matheny, but more so John Mozeliak. What about Yadier Molina at third base? We see him take ground balls
almost every day.
And by the way, when he was growing up, he was a third baseman.
Right. That would make a lot more sense. He could spell some time at third.
Hit to short, and the Cardinals will strand 2. We're scoreless here in St. Louis. We'll talk more about that when we come back. 5th inning rolls in. Pittsburgh, St. Louis in Game 3. And we've seen an awful lot of strikeouts both sides. These two right-handers, two of the best in the game at piling up the Ks. Run support has been an issue this season for A.J. Burnett. He's kept the Pirates in a number of games, and he's doing that again today. Lowest team ERA baseball this season, and you look at these 5 teams, all 5 very well could be headed to the playoffs. Pittsburgh, Atlanta, L.A., Cincinnati, and St. Louis. The Dodgers on their remarkable run. They steamrolled through St. Louis. What a story that's turned out to be. Here's Garrett Jones. A breaking ball taken for a strike. The pitchers comparison. Lynn at 61 pitches. A.J. Burnett at 47. That's hit out of play by Jones. 0-2.
Scoreless game. They both have to be doing the job. Both of them getting their fair share of strikeouts. 5 for Lance Lynn, 4 for A.J. Burnett. Both of them are 2-0 against the
0-2 mistake, base hit into right. Jones went down to get it.
You see Yachty set up way away and catches a little bit too much of the plate as he's able to lift that one over the infield for the base hit. It's the 4th hit allowed by Lance.
Al, you think about just how tough the Pirates have been with their pitching. They could be a handful if they get into postseason, and especially at home. ERA at home their last 15 games, and that's driven into deep right center field. This ball is trouble. It's off the base of the wall. Jones on his way to third, being waved in. Relay to the plate is not in time. It's 1-0 Pittsburgh. Lambeau, his first hit, also picks up his first RBI. 1-0 Pittsburgh. First major league hit.
0 for 7 until that base hit, and happy dugout. Both these clubs are trying to win this series. Catch a little bit too much of the plate right in the middle, and you worry about this, you know, with a potential collision. Guard those knees, but everything's fine right there as Scalzo tried to throw that one in just a little bit tardy.
So first major league hit for Lambeau, and it puts the Pirates on top. Here's Clint Barmas, but I was about to say last 15 games, ERA of 2.64 for the Pirates. They're 12-3. Then you look back at the 17 road games they've had, 6-11, and the ERA is closer to 4. So a much better team at home in that regard as of late.
They are, and they're not going to fade like they had the last 2 years. But we'll wait and see. There's a lot of games left. 43 games left for both clubs. Just want to stay close enough to where you put some pressure on a young club going through the pennant race for the first time.
1-1 is hit a ton out to deep left. Holiday back, he'll look up, and this ball is gone. A 2-run shot. Clint Barmas, his third of the season. 3-0 Pittsburgh.
Talking about it, he always comes up with big hits against the team he rooted for.
So a 2-run shot just like that. Matter of moments, it's now a 3-run lead for Pittsburgh.
Once again, misses location. Supposed to be away, and comes right back in on him and pulls it to the shortest part of the field, but he got it pretty good.
The Cardinals have had their issues with the long ball, but that's not been the case at all with Pittsburgh here at Busch Stadium.
It's only the 9th home run that Lance Lynn has allowed. And once again, for this is the 3rd straight game, they had a 3-0 lead. And the home runs are a big part of it.
On pitch. 0-2 on the pitcher, AJ Burnett. Clint Barmas did have 1 year in which he had 23 home runs. That was in 2009, but aided playing in Colorado. Now in his 2nd year with the Pirates. '34-year-old shortstop from Indiana State. Strikeout of AJ Burnett, but this crowd is quiet now. 6 strikeouts for Lance Lynn.
Well, Mike Matheny's talked about through adversity you learn an awful lot about your club. So far the club has struggled to respond, but as we said, we've seen this club or seen championship years where they have significant losing streaks, multiple losing streaks, and still recover.
Clint Barmas at Busch Stadium this year, now 5 for 11. A couple of walks, home run, couple of RBIs, so he's done some damage. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Marte shoots it down the right field line and out of play. Top of the lineup for Pittsburgh. Mentioned this the other night. More times than not, you say get the starter out, get to the bullpen, but not necessarily the case with these Pirates. They are awfully tough in the back end of games. That's even without Jason Grilly.
Still want to get to him.
0-2 is line foul. There's no other way to say it. This has been a very disappointing homestand for the St. Louis Cardinals. A number of games here at home and a chance to, you know, just get back home and put the tough road trip behind you, and the Cardinals have not done that.
Mike Matheny talking about when his staff left the Pittsburgh PNC Park in that tough 5-game series where they only won the final game. He's really looking forward to this series to show the Pirates the real Cardinals.
That's lined into right center, and watch Marte run. This dude can fly on his way to second base, and he's flying on his way to third, and in there with a triple head first.
It's his
Wheels have come off.
His 10th triple of the year, Dan.
They've hit for the cycle here in this 5th inning. Now Derek Lilliquist out to visit.
Yachty set up away, and the ball up right out over the plate. He shoots it, gets by the outfielders all the way to right field, and there's that. McLaven applauding. 11 seconds as he goes from home plate to third.
MLB.TV celebrating 11 years, and you'll catch the rest of this season in HD quality. Visit MLB.TV, where baseball is everywhere. Inning started with a single by Jones on an 0-2 pitch. Lambeau put him on top with a double into right center. Home run by Varmus to left. Strikeout of A.J. Burnett. Now the triple by Marte, and a chance to do some damage here for Walker with the infield in. First pitch is a strike. So 7 pitches, and the Pirates in their lineup hit for the cycle here in the 5th.
Nearly a natural cycle that Marte's triple came after the home run.
The Clint Varmus home run, the 14th home run in what is now the 13th matchup between these two teams.
And the Cardinals have answered with 3 of their own.
One ball, 1 strike. 2-1.
And something the Pirates are getting today is production from their 6, 7, and 8 batters. And that's where Cardinals really struggled trying to sustain a rally if they had one.
2-1 pitch. Foul back. Our colleague turns 40 today. Working in the truck, no better way to spend it than inside a chilly truck with the Cardinals trailing 3-0. That's Brian McCann. Turns 40 today. Happy birthday to Brian.
You kidding me? 40?
40.
And you look at him, and I thought he was 58.
Only 40.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Mr. McCann. 2-2 pitch.
To take better care of yourself.
Majority of the home runs hit by the Pirates have been right here at Busch Stadium. Just looking at the numbers and going through what's happened this season. 10 home runs, 6 games by the Bucks here at Busch Stadium. And the Cardinals, they are struggling just to hit a home run against anybody.
You mentioned 5 guys had 20 or more home runs last year, and only Beltran has reached that 20 home run barrier this year. Carpenter had 6 last year, 9 this year.
Marte, the runner at third base. And Walker skies one into center field. Jay going back, plenty of room, makes the catch. This will make it 4-0 Pittsburgh. Starling Marte scores. How about the year Marte has had? He's the first Pirate since Jack Wilson in 2004 to have at least 10 doubles, 10 triples, 10 home runs in a season. First outfielder to do that since '92, and that was, you guessed it, Andy Van Slyke.
Now they wanted that ball up, and that usually produces a sac fly, and that's what they got.
Andrew McCutchen. 2 outs, nobody on. McCutchen is struck out and grounded out to third.
Andy Schote warming up for the Cardinals.
And Al, this inning's a good example of this, but it's not just the home runs. It's been the extra base hits in this series as well. Cardinals have hit a lot of singles against Liriano. They had 1 extra base hit. That was it last night.
That was the hustling double by Carpenter. But you're right. A lot of singles, not enough of them. Could be his last man with Alvarez on deck.
Pitch count at 88 for Lynn. Taken just a bit high. Lance Lynn getting frustrated now.
Stay within yourself.
The fly ball lifted out to right center. John Jay is there. Big inning for the Pirates. 4 hits, 4 runs. They have the lead. At McDonald's. A.J. Burnett and the Pirates with a 4-run lead. As we move to the bottom of the 5th. Long way to go in this ball game. It'll be Adams, Freese, and Descalso.
The good thing is you have time to come back. Pirates put up a crooked number. You can do the same. Say it every year when the club goes through a poor offensive stretch that when you just look like you're going through the motions, but Kind of tough. How do you jumpstart an offense? How do you get things going?
Cardinals with just 2 base hits today. Burnett has walked 1. He has struck out 4. 2 balls, no strikes on Adams.
And the 2 base hits are both by the same person, Matt Carpenter.
Another multi-hit game for the Cardinal leadoff man. That misses in. 3-0. Adams grounded out to short first time up. We began the series telling you how Clint Hurdle has accepted the defensive metrics and what's being put together by the front office and the staff of the Pirates defensively. Many times it's paid off. They have a shift on here for Adams. And remember, with Matt, late in the game of game 1, lined out to right field, would have been a base hit anywhere else, and then the leaping grab by Neil Walker, who was about 10 to 15 feet out on the outfield grass. 3-1 goes the other way and a base hit. Leadoff man is aboard.
Starting to rally. Sam Freeman warming up, so that's Lynn's night, afternoon's probably over. Gets on the scoreboard and get him off the hook. Not give him a win. Got to get David Freese going. 0 for his last 12. He was one that had 20 home runs last year, only 6 this year.
Freese struck out his first time up. And he looks at a strike on the inside corner.
Lena had 22 home runs last year. He's got 8. Alan Craig had 22 last year. He has 11. Holiday 15 home runs this year. He had 27 a year ago.
0-1 pitch. 0-2. Here's the 0-2 going right at David Freese. 6 home runs for David this year. And we mentioned it, Cardinals had 5 different players with 20 or more in 2012. What a difference a season can make. Looking at the at-bats per home run the last 2 seasons.
Look at the last
strikingly
3.
Different.
Yeah, last 3, Craig, Molina, and Freese, dramatic.
And Freese hits it out to right. This ball will carry. It's at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. Adams had to wait to make sure that got down. And David Freese in at second base. And the Cardinals have something going. Almost got out of here. Hits off the top of the wall. And a chance here for St. Louis.
Would have given the Cardinals 2 runs, but it might be better that it didn't go out, because now you have 2 runners in scoring position. Maybe you can get one of those patented Cardinal rallies and bat around. Misses going out by about 2 feet, maybe less than that, and then the carom gets away from Lambeau. But that's all you could ask for is Matt Adams. You watch, he'll have to wait and see if this ball's going to be caught. So he's going halfway. Now it gets down and he can take off. Freese wasn't far behind him.
So it's Descalso, runners at second and third.
Base hit here, you're right back in this ball game and keep on going. Hot hitting Carpenter, Jay, and Holiday would be coming up.
.10 pitch on its way.
Dan, you even look at it, Daniel Descalso playing off the bench. He's got 31 RBIs. He's hitting .354 with 1 home run and 24 RBIs, 2 sac flies with runners in scoring position this year.
Descalso rips it into right. One run is in. They'll wave in David Freese. And Daniel has given the Cardinals a little hope and gets them on the board. It's 4-2.
Cardinals game has really been how unbelievable they've been with runners in scoring position. As a team, 334. And Daniel gets pitch up out of there, gets a line drive. It's high enough to get over the infield. See everybody there, but Jose Oquendo, he's out there. He can see, he can judge the height, so he's got the arm, the windmill working. And Matt Adams can help out, tell David Freese it's not going to be a play. He can stand up. They struck quickly against Lance Lynn, and the Cardinals are trying to answer back. Lance Lynn hitting for himself.
Freeman is sat down. So Lynn will be asked to sacrifice. He is one of the better ones this season. And right on cue, he pops into an out.
Punched at it.
Lance Lynn, 10 sacrifices this year. Most on the team. Next was Wainwright at 8. Here's Matt Carpenter back to the top of the lineup, and he's 2 for 2. Carpenter represents the tying run. 1 out, runner at first. And Matt has singled and also a double. If you're wondering, last home run for Matt Carpenter was against Houston. So that's been a while. Well over a month.
That is 7 for 17 now against AJ Burnett.
Thing that's been so good about Carpenter, not only the hits, he's now tied with Gene Segura, the outstanding shortstop of Milwaukee, but also what he's done specifically from the leadoff spot. Came in .315 average. Also, he's driven in 48 from the leadoff spot. Tops in the major leagues.
57 total at 48. He moved a couple weeks into the season into the leadoff spot, and has had just a terrific season.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Little shift is on, and that's taken down and in. 2-1. Normally, AJ Burnett does not receive an awful lot of run support. He's been given a 4-run lead that's now cut to 4-2. Cardinals after the game head to Chicago. Westbrook, Arrieta tomorrow. Will come your way at 2:30 from Wrigley.
Carpenter's hit .371 this season at Busch Stadium. 5 of his 9 home runs and 26 of his 57 RBIs here at home.
2-2. Short lead at first, and a 2-2 pitch to Matt Carpenter. Here it comes. Trying to go inside, hit his spot, and Carpenter just got a piece to stay alive.
Jay really mixes things up. And the fastball, which is still pretty good, that 93-94 range, and very good knuckle curve and changeup. Fastball in again.
The 2-2. And again a check swing to just get a piece. 93 from A.J. Burnett.
And Carpenter just doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes deep in the count. If you're patient, almost every pitcher will give you a pitch to hit. But you have to wait them out.
The 2-2 pitch. Instead of check on Descalso.
He almost threw it away. Nice play by Garrett Jones.
Pirates have turned a double play. That was back in the first. Off the bat of John Jay when they started the runner. Would they want to start the runner here with 2 strikes? Matt Carpenter doesn't strike out all that much.
Curveball.
There he goes. You know, with the Cardinals not scoring a lot of runs, you can't fault Mike Matheny for what he did in the first inning. He's trying to jumpstart this offense, get anything going. If the Cardinals don't hit for power, and they're not, they don't have a lot of speed, you've got to try something. So he started the runner, hit into a double play, and why not do that here?
Well, it makes perfect sense. You got a ground ball pitcher, and in the case of the first inning with John Jay, a left-handed hitter, Barmes was going to cover, and when Carpenter broke, Barmes went to second.
Not running, and it's hit down the right field line. That's fair. Into the corner. Descalso digging for third. Oquendo waving him in. The ball gets away. Carpenter does it again, and it's 4-3.
Maybe we've got a cycle going. Right now he's got 3 of the 4, and they've been in order. Single, double, now triple. Lambeau threw. He did not hit the cutoff man, and that allowed him. This time it goes down into the corner. He plays the carom well, but they were set up for a throw home, and he fires it towards second. So they had to retrieve him. Scalzo not running, but it didn't need to, as Carpenter drives him home from first. And Carpenter just keeps on going. He's hit his 40th double and now his 5th triple. Look forward to his 10th home run.
Here's John Jay, infield in, and he could tie it up. Got to get something going in this ball game today. Why not Matt Carpenter? A little emotion.
Yeah.
Like to see that.
Absolutely. That's nothing phony about it, just pure adrenaline. And right now the Cardinals have to tie this up. 1 out and runner at third.
Remember, Carpenter doubled back in the 4th. They asked Jay to bunt. He couldn't do it. Eventually he struck out. The 0-1 pitch from Burnett. Taken in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Lazaro starting to throw in the Pirate pen. Cardinals are going to win this game.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to John Jay. Taps it foul. Strike 2. Pirates put up 4 in the top of the 5th. The Cardinals trying to answer.
Kendo going over the scenarios for Carpenter, when to go, even when the infield in.
One-two pitch to Jay. Ground ball, that is foul. All of a sudden, with this big inning, the crowd is back into it.
Must pick up that tying run, the 4th run.
I'd like to see a little emotion out of Matt Carpenter. That's what this team needs to get going.
That's right. I mean, it's just a child's game. Act like a kid again.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to John Jay. Up and in. And it's not from lack of effort, but when you don't hit, as you said, you look flat. So Last night, you looked really flat.
And a well-pitched game will do that. And Liriano was the definition of a well-pitched game. And AJ was doing his job like Lance Lynn until this inning.
2-2. Jay hits it out of play. .74, 27 of those 74 coming in this inning. Made it look easy early on, but the Cardinals have gotten to A.J. Burnett. The 2-2 pitch to Jay. Base hit into right. This game is tied. 4-4 as John Jay comes through.
His 50th RBI. Scoring Carpenter. Don't stop there, guys. To the top of this 5th inning, the 6th through is doing the job that the Cardinals 6 through 9 weren't doing. But now this inning, they've got things started, and now the top of the order's trying to finish it.
It's a brand new game now, tied up at 4-4, and here is Holiday, who was struck out, and he also walked back in the 4th. The runner at first is John Jay. Been running a little bit more than usual. That's driven into left center. McCutchen diving for it. He can't get it. Past him. Jay on his way to third. Jay to the plate. Relay not in time. Redbirds lead it 5-4.
60th RBI for Matt Holiday. McCutchen and Gold Glover out there trying to make the miraculous play. They got by him, and that allowed the Cardinals to take the lead. And A.J. Burnett has been knocked out of this game.
6 hits for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 5th. They gave him a 4-run lead. He exits stage right, trailing 5-4. Burnett out. Holiday drives in Jay from first. What a wild 5th inning here in St. Louis in a battle in the Central. They're having some fun here at Busch. The Cards, the Cubs, and it's a start for Jake Westbrook on the road. 6-3 in his career against Chicago. Chevy called to the pen, and it's Vin Mazzaro. 41st appearance, a record of 6-2, the good ERA. He pitched in the long 14-inning game on Tuesday night. Holiday has given the Cardinals a lead as he comes through. Can Craig drive him in? One out, runner at second. And a swing and a miss. The Cardinals had their first comeback down by 3 in that game that Mazzaro pitched in, game 1 of this series. And now they've erased a 4-run deficit for the first time.
2 hits and those first 13 at bats, but then the Cardinals have come alive this inning. Both teams have scored 9 to this point in the 5th. Mazzaro scoreless 10th inning. He did walk 2 and had a strikeout on Tuesday night, and he's made 6 straight scoreless appearances. 2.45 ERA since the All-Star break.
Allen Craig is 0 for 2. He's grounded to short. He's also grounded out to third. Outfield straight away. The 0-2. And Craig hits it out to deep right. It's slicing, and the catch is made in the corner. Holiday not tagging up, and a mistake there. He should be at third base.
The only thing I'm thinking about that is, the foot,
the ankle,
the other day. But other than that, you're absolutely right. If that ball would have gotten down, he was going to be able to score if he was standing on second. But the indecision, and then it was too late. Like that was a pretty, from our level, but from his level too, he should have made that judgment that it was going to be caught. And the runner going into the corner with his back to the infield.
Now at 2 outs, here's Yadier Molina. Molina lines it to short. And the inning comes to a close, but what an inning it was. The Cardinals with 6 hits, 5 runs, and a lead. .com. Central Division Showdown. The Reds, the Cardinals, August 26th, the 27th, and 28th. Very, very important games later this month. The Cardinals fell behind 4-0. Now they lead it 5-4 here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Dan McLaughlin alongside of Al Raboski, Lance Lynn. He gets his run support, and he's gotten that now with 5 runs. The average, though, for Lynn, 6.31, which is ahead of Minor, Chacin, Shelby Miller, the lefty, the outstanding pitcher from the Dodgers. So that grouping there, lots of run support, and in many ways, lots of wins.
And Lance had all that run support last year in the National League. He led in that department. And he also is, between last year and this year, has won 31 games. So he's known what to do with that run support. He's got new life here, and let's see if he can't pile on a couple more innings.
The first pitch to Pedro Alvarez is taken for a ball. This is where you have to have Lance Lynn come out and give you that shutdown inning after the Cardinals get him off the hook, and not only off the hook, but a chance at a win. Alvarez reaching on the 2-0 pitch and a fly ball out to left. Jay calls off Holiday and makes the play.
Center fielder take charge. Good for Lance to come back and get a dangerous hitter after falling behind. Has done a good job of containing Russell Martin. He's got a lot of big hits this year against the Cardinals. He's 0 for 1 in this game with a walk, and now 1 for 10 against Lance Lynn.
One ball and one strike. Martin, a walk and grounded into a 5-4-3 double play, and a very good turn by Matt Carpenter.
We got Seth Maness and Sam Freeman warming up in the Cardinal pen.
Cardinals have Adams, Freese, Descalso, and then Lynn spot due up in the bottom of the 6th. As he misses outside again, 3-1. And a base hit into right, Russell Martin. And you wonder now, does Mike Matheny go to his bullpen and bring in Seth Maness and get that potential double play? Pitch count at 98. Hey, it's 2 days away. Fox Sports 1, America's new 24-hour sports network. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for great live sporting events. All the news and highlights you want. Shows and specials that only Fox can bring you. Fox Sports 1, it's coming in 2 days.
We're out to talk to stall for the bullpen. You got Freeman with Jones and Lambeau. But you do have Seth Maness, your double play master. Seth, the right-hander with 14 double plays induced, and Mike making the slow walk, so he's calling for the left-hander, Sam Freeman.
%, the Orioles, which team has the best chance to reach the postseason? Baltimore Orioles out of the American League East, and they start playing 6 games out in the East, but you think about the wild card, and now with 2 wild cards, certainly a very good chance. Sam Freeman, our Chevy call to the pen. Talked with Sam earlier today in the clubhouse, and he said, how's your breaking ball going? It's something that he wanted to work on in spring training. Incorporated a knuckle curve. He said, well, work in progress. I said, well, when you throw 96, it can spot it. Hopefully you're doing that. You'll be all right. And that's been the case as he's in relief of Lance Lynn.
So far, so good for Sam. He got the win in the marathon game on Tuesday night. So he's 1-0 with a 0.00 ERA. It's only his 3rd appearance, and he has pitched very well. 2 1/3 innings, no hits, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Sanchez.
Two balls and no strikes. Freeman picked up the victory in that dramatic win for St. Louis in Game 1. First in the big leagues. Their number of appearances here with the Cardinals. 2 balls, no strikes on Gabby Sanchez. Really does give Clint Hurdle some versatility when you have Garrett Jones, and you know that the opposing manager goes to a lefty, and you've got a very good pinch hitter that can play first quite well in Gabby Sanchez. This is what he does. He'll make you work. 3-0.
Gabby as a pinch hitter is just 3 for 21 with 8 walks. 6 of his 7 home runs have come on the road. But they pinch hit for Lambeau on deck with Tabata. Sanchez will play. Gabby will play first base.
3-0 pitch. Catches the corner. 3-1. So clearly a strike, and Alan Porter gives him that call, and it's 3-1 as Sanchez questioned the strike zone.
The first 3 deliveries were all in the inner part of the plate, and that one's away, so it appeared to be a strike.
The 3-1 pitch. Same spot. Strike 2.
Gabby's arm's a little bit low, but the call goes. Oh, a perfect pitch. Right on the black.
Questioned the first one. Definitely thought that was ball 4 on the second one, and here we go. Some intrigue on this 3-2 pitch. Lines it into right center field. Coming on, making a sliding catch. Alan Craig. Nice play. Well, speaking of those that don't like this strike zone, I think you could say that at times with Lance Lynn today, and he was frustrated when he went into the dugout. Was screaming.
Mad at the home plate umpire, and then look who comes to the rescue. Talks about controlling emotions. Carpenter being the mentor there, but some people are going to say Carpenter's telling somebody to calm down. Yes, he does that. Because nobody can tell him.
He is done for this year, but not done for next year. Chris Carpenter is at least keeping that idea open that potentially next year, depending on how things feel, he'll give it a shot.
There's Tabata pinch hitting for Lambeau.
So Tabata has been dealing with a stomach virus, pinch hitting here. Lambeau a lefty, so Tabata hitting from the other side of the plate. Make this a little tougher potentially on Freeman. Here's a 1-0 pitch. You know, Russell Martin is a guy that can steal you a bag, and he's at first base. But I would think for Clint Hurdle, that's out of the equation. With Martin, it will surprise you with better than average speed as a catcher. Not great, but then you double that with Yadier Molina and his arm, you're not going. There's a strike at the knees. The fastball by Freeman.
I'm sure most of the time, you know, Clint Hurdle will trust Russell Martin's judgment and let him steal on his own. But the only sign he may get is the do not steal.
It was Lambeau that got the scoring started for the Pirates back in their 4-run fifth. RBI double, his first major league hit and first major league RBI. So Tabata pinch hitting. Here's a 1-2.
Been one of Tabata's favorite ballparks to hit in. He's hit safely in 21 of 23 career games at Busch. 29 for 95, 305, 5 doubles and 2 homers. He's also hitting 318 this month. That's what's on the line. Going to be 2 games behind the Pirates. They pick up 1 game in the series, or are you going to be 4 now?
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Taken outside. Think about A.J. Burnett, how well he had pitched coming into play, and including today, 20+ innings and only 3 earned runs. But Cardinals explode for 5 in the bottom of the 5th against Burnett, who had their number. Three and 2. Runner will start with this pitch with 2 down.
Be the last batter that Freeman faces. Make it a good one.
Big gap in left center. There goes Martin, and the pitch is popped up off the end of the bat. Foul territory, and coming up just a bit short, Matt Carpenter.
Another great effort. Probably just say that 10 times a game with Matt, and the fans appreciate that effort. Usually in a pop-up like that, the second baseman has the best angle for it, and he slides for it, and it's just beyond his reach. Tougher play. First baseman running back, looking over his shoulder. It's a long run for the right fielder coming in, and it's a good angle for the second baseman, but just wasn't high enough to get underneath it.
So we'll do it again. Cardinals have the righty ready to go if this inning continues. 3-2 pitch, and a base hit into left center field. Martin on his way to third. Holiday picks it up with a bare hand, and it turns out to be a double. And now 2 runners in scoring position. There was some indecision out there between Holiday and Jay who would take it, and because of that, Tabata winds up at second base. May have happened anyway, but that added to it. And with that, Mike Matheny goes to his bullpen. Freeman nearly out of the jam with the pop-up in foul territory. Carpenter just a bit short, so Maine is coming in. 5-4, St. Louis. August 24th, that's a Saturday. And the 25th, a Sunday. 12,000 kids receive their own Fredbird Build-A-Bear. Also, you get the Build-A-Bear hat. And that's courtesy of Ice Mountain. 5-4, St. Louis, top of the 6th with 2 outs. Here's Seth Maness, Chevy called to the pen. First pitch, a strike is Barmes, who is homered today, hits it out of play. Seth Maness has been a double plays machine. Doesn't need that here. He just needs an out to get out of the jam. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The next 2, Barmes taken outside. If you're wondering about Michael Walkup, Mike Matheny told me today that he is unavailable. Still trying to figure out how much he can bounce back and ease into that role night after night, but unavailable today. Here's a 1-2. Little tapper that's foul. Walker was impressive last night. 2 innings, 4 strikeouts. There's a look in, Michael. One and 2 the count. Maness in to face Clint Barmes. Here it comes. Got him. Strikeout of Barmes. The Pirates strand 2. Maness does it again. And the Cardinals still have the lead. It's 5-4. With the lead, it's 5-4 in this all-important matchup here in Game 3, the Pirates and the Cardinals. Charter high-speed pitch. Bizarro has hit 92. Seth Maness has hit 91. Those are the 2 pitchers of record right now. Interesting move that Lance Lynn stayed in the game. Started the inning. Then we saw Sam Freeman come in. As you see, Derek Lilliquist talking with the Cardinal lefty. And it was cleaned up by Maness. Cardinals have Adams, Freese, Descalso. Then the pitcher spot is due up. Matt Adams today. A single and a run scored back in the 5th.
Got things started in the 5-run 5th.
Strike 1.
Bizarro has retired the only 2 hitters that he faced. 2 hard hit balls, but right at a fielder.
And Adams hits it the other way, but a fly ball that's caught by Starling Marte. That's how he picked up his base hit, did Adams, going the other way. So Mazzaro has gotten a fly ball off the bat of Craig, a line out by Yachty. And now Adams flying out to left, and here is David Freese. Freese has struck out and also doubled and scored. Freese on a couple of hops to second, and Walker makes the play. 2 down. And with 2 outs, brings in Daniel Descalso in what could be a very quick inning for Ben Mazzaro. He's only had 7 pitches.
And he's got 4 outs.
And you wonder if Clint Hurdle then would think about the idea of Mazzaro being extended in this game, but he is due up first when we come back. So you would think that this would only be his final inning of work. Cardinals with the lefty. Segris getting loose in the pen. We saw Randy Choate last night. He was very good.
And struck out the side. Randy Choate. Daniel got the big 2-run single.
Trying to bunt his way on, and it's bunted foul.
Pedro Alvarez playing back, and so he's trying to drop that bunt down. And a bunt far enough to get away from Martin, the catcher, and in front of Alvarez. Well, as I said, he's committed 24 errors at third base.
Took something off that pitch. 1-2 the count. Big gap in right center. Misses in. 2-2. Descalso, that big base hit, scored 2, also scored a run. Remember, he had the fly ball that was dropped by Marte in game 1 and eventually came around to tie it up. His run did. The 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. Time for the AT U-verse rewind. AJ Burnett 4 1/3, Lance Lynn 5 1/3, Carpenter the big day. He's 3 for 3 and has a chance at the natural cycle. Carpenter a single in the first, double in the fourth, and a triple in the fifth. Seth Maness hitting for himself. Where was this the other night? Picks up the base hit. Way to go, Seth Maness.
Well, we talked about it. It looks like he has a pretty good swing, and he fouled off a couple pitches when he had 2 plate appearances in the 14-inning game. One, he hit into a double play, and the next time he struck out. It's his first major league hit, so they'll put threw that ball out of play. They'll get it authenticated, and that'll be on his mantle pretty soon.
Remember, Seth Maness had a chance to come up and do that damage, and where was that on game 1? But congratulations, Seth Maness, first career major league hit. Now we have a chance at history for Matt Carpenter.
Well, how about, you talk about the natural cycle, single, double, triple home run. He only lacks the home run from doing that. And as far as I know, the last Cardinal to hit for the natural cycle is a guy that he reminds us a lot. Cardinal hitting coach, John Mabry. Both left-handed, both kind of that tall, lanky. Both of them hit with no batting gloves. Both of them hustling ball players. Got to be a good teammate, and that's Justin Wilson. Got to be a good teammate. And a testament to that was the fact that John Mabry had 3 different tours of duty here with the Cardinals.
So 2 outs, runners at first and second. The first pitch to Carpenter. We are only in the 6th. He may have a couple of shots at it. 395 with runners in scoring position. A single in the 1st, double in the 4th, triple in the 5th, and Matt Carpenter a home run away from the cycle.
In this game here, he's pulled all 3 pitches to the right side.
They've had the lefty up, but they'll stick with Vin Mazzaro. 1-0 pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. That's what makes Carpenter so good, is that he's able to go deep into counts, very selective. The last cycle back at the old ballpark, Busch Stadium 2, April 27th, early that season, Mark Grudzielanek against the Milwaukee Brewers. Mabry's was done against the Colorado Rockies.
And that was the natural cycle which we're talking about.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Carpenter. He pulls it foul. Inning started with a fly out, a ground out, looked to be a quick inning. Then Descalso drawing a 3-2 pitch, turned out to be ball 4. Manus the single up the middle, first major league hit, and now it's Matt Carpenter, a chance to do some damage. The 2-1 pitch. Carpenter yanks it foul. Another good cut. You surprised that we're not seeing the lefty in this spot?
A little bit, but Carpenter doesn't matter to him. Justin Wilson does throw harder than Mazzaro.
Only Mabry in '96 and Kenny Boyer in 1964 have hit for the natural cycle in Cardinals history. Wouldn't that be something if Carpenter could do that here? The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second. The Cardinals leading 5-4 in this all-important game. Here it comes. And Carpenter slices one out to left, and the catch is made. Redbirds will strand 2. They have stranded 5. We head to the 7th. St. Louis on top on Fox Sports Midwest. Carpenter, another multi-hit game, 3 for 4 with a triple-double, single, RBI, and runs scored. Jay got in the act with a key single along with Holiday and his RBI double to put St. Louis on top. Descalso shifts over from shortstop to third base. Pete Kozma is now in the ballgame. Seth Manus came in, got the final out in the 6th inning, the top half. We're now in the 7th, and it's 5-4 St. Louis.
He'll face pinch hitter Josh Harrison. So Tony Sanchez, the backup catcher, and Jordy Mercer on left on Clint Hurdle's bench.
Shane Robinson, by the way, activated from the DL, so he is available on the bench, along with Chambers, Johnson, and a very potent bat potentially. His time is called, and Carlos Beltran. So Harrison pinch hits, 9th position in the lineup, and we'll see Marte and Walker. Last week, Harrison at home with a walk-off homer. Provides some speed and a little spark. He can play the outfield and infield. And quickly, 3 balls and 1 strike.
Seth ought to get revenge on him because remember it was the 6-9-3 double play.
Into right, Craig won't get it. Harrison can run on his way to second. Is he thinking 3? No, he stops at second as the ball scoots away, but the Cardinals may have caught a break there.
I don't think there's any doubt on it. John Jay has been so good bouncing between the outfield and right field, and they've had a non-direct route on this one as he went to cut it off and everything, and they got by him. And there Harrison thought about going to 3, but he kind of loses balance there going around the second base bag, slips, and then has to get back and throw his little off line. That's why he was upset.
Here Descalso calling for it as Marte gets the sacrifice down. Harrison advancing to 3rd. Harrison now 4 for 19 as a pinch hitter, and a big double off the bench. He represents the tying run. Marte gets the sack down. He had doubled and tripled prior to that at bat to go along with a strikeout. And here is Neil Walker. Walker with a sac fly and an RBI, part of the 4-run fifth for Pittsburgh, as he picked up his 35th.
Rosenthal getting ready in a hurry.
Surprised he wasn't up earlier. I mean, this situation is requiring you to get a strikeout. He's averaging better than 13 per 9.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind having a left-hander to turn Walker around. Got three lefties down there.
Might as well use them.
And he showed his up now, as after Walker, McCutchen, then you have the left hand hitting Alvarez, but Neil Walker is a .212 hitter, right side, no home runs, just 7 RBIs versus .275 and all 7 home runs left-handed.
Good pitch, took something off it. 0-2. Walker a couple of times in this series has been up with a runner at 3rd and less than 2 outs and has not delivered. Remember earlier today, leadoff double by Marte, tried to advance him, he couldn't as he popped out. Was very frustrated in that at bat.
How about that, swinging at a pitch that bounces in front of the plate. Pirates as a team about .225 with runners in scoring position. Cardinals .335.
Ground ball and a play at home. They've got him hung up between home and 3rd. Yachty applies the tag. Matus again, a key ground ball to keep it 5-4, and there's 2 away. Oh, how big is that?
Well,
3-2 on the play. Harrison is out. First base is open. And here comes McCutchen.
Right here, ball hit to Adams. Comes here, fired in. Then Yachty just closing the gap. Just showing him the ball, and that's how you run him down. Now they're going to intentionally pass McCutchen and bring up Alvarez, who just kills the Cardinal pitching. And Randy Schote will be ready for him.
you talked about Randy Choate with the strikeout of the side last night. If you're wondering, Pedro Alvarez is 2 for 6. Both singles with a strikeout against Randy Choate in his career. He's also struck out a couple of times against Seth Maness. Mike Matheny, though, goes to Randy Choate. The lefty comes in. This is why the Cardinals gave him a 3-year deal. Pedro Alvarez with the game on the line. And the Cardinals bullpen the last 4 games, 15 scoreless innings. You want a pennant race? You've got it. You want drama? You've got it. Choate, Alvarez, when we come back. Seventh inning, 2 outs. The Cardinals fell behind 4-0. Then in the bottom half of the inning, in which the Pirates put up 4, the Cardinals put up 5. The Pirates have out hit St. Louis 10-9. Chevy called to the pen. Randy Choate, 48th appearance. Alvarez has 1 hit against Choate, 1 for 6 in his career. And you're talking about a guy with extreme power, but you can pitch to him. The intentional walk to McCutchen to get to Alvarez. Had an infield hit with a broken bat back in the 4th, and the first pitch is taken for a ball outside.
Alvarez has 143 strikeouts on the year.
One ball, 1 strike. The importance again of this game. The Cardinals win. They pull to within 2 of Pittsburgh. If they lose, they're tied with Cincinnati. The wild card race. Cincinnati will play later tonight. Time is called and granted.
There's Alan Porter was saying it was your catcher that was calling timeout. So Yachty saw something and didn't think he could wait.
Alvarez, 2 outs, runners in scoring position, a .236 average. floats across the strike zone, but called the ball just outside. Runners at first and second. 2 balls, 1 strike on Pedro Alvarez. Way outside, 3-1. Russell Martin is on deck. Right-hander. I believe that's Trevor Rosenthal is throwing in the pen. The 3-1 pitch. 3-2.
3-2, 2 outs. Is McCutchen great on a base hit? McCutchen will be off and run on the pitch. He might even score from first base. So let's go for the strikeout. Anything, any place, as long as it's at a fielder.
A 3-2 pitch. He got him. Check comes in and comes back to get him as he strikes out Pedro Alvarez. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Randy Choate gets the strikeout of Pedro Alvarez.
He said that's why he was acquired, signed his 3-year free agent contract. At the age of 37, being left to specialty. Here's a young man just starting his career, Justin Wilson, here for the 46th time. He's got a 6-1 record, win-loss record, 11 holds, ERA over 7. Opponents are only batting .191 against Justin. And he'll throw in the 96, 97 mile an hour range.
So just like the Cardinals, who have those hard throwing young relievers, so do the Pirates. 1 pitch and 1 out as Marte puts it away off the bat of John Jay. In steps Holiday.
Holiday's the only Cardinal to have any hits off of Justin Wilson, and he's 2 for 3.
it sets up to have Rosenthal pitch the top of the 8th. And the Pirates will have Martin, Sanchez, and Tabata coming up. Justin Wilson is from Anaheim, California. Appeared in just 8 games last year with the Pirates. We saw him at the end of the season and clearly liked what we saw, and so do they. As Holiday fights it off, but just foul.
Holiday's RBI double in the 5th inning is the difference in this ball game right now. Cardinals scored all 5 runs on 6 hits in the 5th. Pirates scored their 4 runs in the top of the 5th.
You know, going back to the top of the 7th, certainly something that Clint Hurdle could be questioned on. It's easy to second guess, but having Marte bunt in that spot. Now you have Marte and a guy that is a good bunter, good sacrifice man. Leadoff double by Harrison. He stands at second base with nobody out, and Marte had already doubled and tripled in this game. And swinging a hot bat. Do you trust him to move that runner over or even drive him in? But they made that decision for him as Holiday strikes out. Quickly 2 down. In steps the right fielder today, Alan Craig. Craig is grounded out to short, grounded out to third, and also flied out to right. Cardinals bullpen today has stranded all 5 inherited base runners. And some of the folks in the bullpen have put themselves in that spot, but they pitched out of trouble.
And I think it's about time that Alan Craig gets another home run here at home.
2-0 pitch. Geared up for it. Good cut. And it's 2-1.
Alan doesn't try and hit home runs. He just tries to use the big part of the field. Try to put a good level swing on it. Trying to hit home runs, you're usually going to have your average plummet.
The 2-1 pitch. 2-2. The Pirates over the weekend, as we mentioned, they'll face Arizona at home. They've got Brandon McCarthy, only a 2-game winner, 2-6. Trevor Cahill will face him, 3-10. Then Wade Miley, who's 9-8. The Bucks will counter with Garrett Cole, hard-throwing right-hander. Jeff Locke, the all-star lefty, and then Charlie Morton, who we saw in Game 1. Cardinals, it's off to Chicago and then Milwaukee. 2 sub-500 teams. The 2-2 pitch to Craig. Pitching matchups for St. Louis, if you're wondering. Westbrook and Arrieta tomorrow. Joe Kelly, Travis Wood. Wood was an all-star for the Cubs this year at 7-9. And Sunday, Wainwright and Jackson. Edwin Jackson, the former Cardinal. And we'll have games 1 and 3 for you on Fox Sports Midwest.
And I would expect both the Cubs and Milwaukee to be gunning for the Cardinals and play very good inspired spoiler roles.
3-2 is a fly ball lifted into shallow right. Catch is made. We head to the 8th. St. Louis on top. It's 5-4. go to our studio. The one and only Jim Hayes is standing by and working hard with a Bommarito Sports Update. Jim, looking forward to the postgame show. Trevor Rosenthal and our Chevy call to the pen. 55 appearances now this season. The hard-throwing right-hander that has been sensational this year at times. They're asking him to be sensational again. So he's piled up the strikeouts. Rosenthal, most Ks in relief. You have 82 from Trevor. Chapman, the closer for Cincinnati, at 84. Kenley Jansen, the closer for the Dodgers, at 87. Who knows? Maybe we're looking at the future closer of St. Louis, Trevor Rosenthal. The fastball that's taken just a bit low. Now, we talked about it before, and this is Russell Martin at the plate, how Yadi is incorporated, especially earlier in counts with Rosenthal, off-speed pitches. Fly ball, deep right, and it is gone. A fastball that Russell Martin puts in the bullpen. And we're tied up. It's 5-5. On a 1-0 pitch, Russell Martin knocks it out of the ballpark for his 11th home run, and we've got a new game. It's 5-5.
Another home run by the Buccos, and Trevor Rosenthal been getting roughed up recently. Down the middle, up a little bit, and Alan Craig runs out of room and can't believe it.
Off-speed pitch taken for his strike. Gabby Sanchez at the plate. So Russell Martin has come in, and with a couple of base hits today, key hits. He's now tied it up. That's out of play off the bat of Sanchez. The Cardinals will have Molina, Adams, and Cosma due up. Remember, no David Freese. He was taken out. Part of a defensive straight-up switch.
Think about the Pirates. Maybe the biggest change in my mind is the play and timely hitting of Russell Martin. He's really shut down the running game for the opposition. Calls a good game. He's a leader in that clubhouse and on the field, and has come up with some big hits.
0-2 pitch taken outside. Rosenthal, in his 55 games that he's appeared in, has allowed just 4 home runs. One-two, hit towards second. First out here in the top of the 8th. Brings in Tabata, his lone at bat, doubled. That was back in the 6th. So finally, the Bucks get to the bullpen of St. Louis. Very good last night. Game 1, clearly. But Rosenthal allows that home run. And that's ripped out to left. Tabata hits it to the wall and left, and he's in with a stand-up double. The go-ahead and potential winning run, who knows, at second base.
Pinch hit in the 6th and hit a double, and now another double here in the 8th. A lot of extra base hits in this game for the Pirates.
Strike 2, Clint Barmas.
Now the Pirates, between the 7th, 8th, and 9th base hitters, have 6 hits.
0-1 pitch to Barmes. Ground ball that's hit to short. Kozma into the game. Tough play. Off balance. And a throw right at the numbers. At the chest of Matt Adams.
I mean, that play looked easy.
Kozma, boy, he is consistent there defensively. If he can get to it, he's making the play.
Pull in the hole. Goes better that way, but he circles to get a little momentum behind the throw and guns it over there. Jordy Mercer will pinch hit for Justin Wilson.
On their bench now, they're left with Tony Sanchez, backup catcher. They've used Harrison, Sanchez, Gabby, Tabata, and now Mercer. They're left with Tony Sanchez, backup catcher. Mercer has impressed the Cardinals with the way that he has swung the bat in this series.
He's started the first 2 games of the series. 2 for 9, but one of those hits was a home run. He's hit .313 since the All-Star break.
2 outs, runner at second. 0-2. Crowd today of 41,502. 41502. Oh-2 pitch. Off speed delivery. Back-to-back change-ups. That one at 88.
See, a lot of times Molina will call back-to-back pitches.
In the air. Left field. Holiday puts it away. Russell Martin, opposite field home run off of Rosenthal. Ties it up. It's 5-5. Brought to you by Bud Light. It's the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. The brats on the grill. The hot dogs. Ron Caron used to say, the former GM of the Blues, the meat is on the burner. Remember when he'd say that?
Right.
Talk about the trade deadline and things that may happen. The meat is on the burner.
Funny gentleman.
Yes, he was. Chevy called to the pen. Tony Watson.
51st appearance for Tony Watson. Those are batting .205 against him.
Yadier Molina, Matt Adams, and Pete Kozma.
He's allowed 5 home runs. just in case anybody's thinking that way.
I am. 1 ball, 1 strike. Their lefties have been very good. Loss of Grilly. Those two have moved up an inning. Melanson, their outstanding closer now. 2 balls and 1 strike. It wouldn't be something if Yadier Molina could come through with some dramatic moment here at Busch Stadium in his return off the DL.
You don't think a lot of fans are thinking that too.
Lined out his last time up. 2-2.
Hold the string on him.
Reds will play Milwaukee later, and it's a lefty, Cingrani, against Kyle Loesch. Kyle Loesch has been really good here the last 6 weeks. Strikeout of Molina. That's how we start the bottom of the 8th.
Now Loesch 8-7, but a 3.26 ERA.
So 1 out, and here is Adams. Adams today is grounded out to short, single to left, lined out to left. Look at how deep Marte is in left.
Marte's got friends on there in the first row.
Guarantee he's heard from him, especially in any fly ball his direction as Adams grounds out. 2 down. Pete Kozma.
Been playing back there just about on the warning track all series long. That's how that Carpenter double that flared right over the infield. He was playing so deep. Shortstop had to retrieve it and allowed Carpenter to get a double the other night.
Kozma at the plate for St. Louis. Part of a change that shifted Descalso to third, Kozma at short. And Pete has 1 home run this year, first week of the season against Arizona.
Just slings that ball up there and moves both sides of the plate, keeps guys from diving across the plate.
One and 2.
94-84.
Very, very deep in the outfield. As Kozma takes a pitch low, 2-2. Opening game of this series, Kozma hitless. Tough ball game for him. He needs something positive. The 2-2. Three-two pitch to Kozma. We head to the ninth. Pittsburgh, St. Louis tied up at 5.
Cardinals Live. Jim Hayes and Ricky Horton over at Lumiere Place. They'll talk about that 5th inning comeback by the Cards and hopefully a comeback and a win here in late innings. And also they'll talk about Matt Carpenter flirting with a cycle as well as Yadier Molina's return. So Dan and Al hoping for a Cardinal victory as we have a tie ball game here in the ninth. Back up to you.
One way or another, Carpenter has another shot at it. He is due up third. Cardinals, bottom of the ninth. Rosenthal, second inning of work. He'll get Marte, Walker, and McCutchen. He's 2 for 3 with a sacrifice and a run scored. Late with that swing. The pitch hits 97 from Trevor Rosenthal. Nothing in 2. The 2 hits for Marte, a double and a triple. Just a gorgeous afternoon for baseball. 41,000 plus here today. Temperatures unseasonably cool. Off speed pitch, misses down and in. 1-2. Strikeout for Trevor. His first of the afternoon.
That ball running as this inning looks like he's got a little more life on his pitches. He's the pitcher of record right now. 1 win, 3 losses on the season.
And with 1 out, nobody on, here's Neil Walker. A sac fly back in the 5th to pick up an RBI. His 35th. He's popped out, lined out. And he looks at a strike. 1-1. One and 2. One ball and 2 strikes on Neil Walker, the Pittsburgh native. I'm sure this has got to be a fun, wild ride for him. He's seen some of the bad times of the Pirates. He's been a part of some of those times as a player, certainly as a youngster growing up in the area, but also saw early on in his life the very good teams of the early 1990s, Drabek and Slyke, Chico Lean, and Jay Bell, who's now hitting coach, Bonds. Rosenthal would like to strike him out, send him back to that Bucks bench. His time is called.
It's one of the things all the Pirate players resent is when people talk about the 20-year drought. You haven't had a winning season that long. They say, hey, we've been here a couple of years. We haven't been here all 20 of them.
And this is a team that, when you think about it, has been together for a couple of years. The core group of guys, McCutchen, Walker, Jones, Alvarez now. So these are guys that have been together, know each other well, and it's finally coming together for Pittsburgh. You mix in their pitching as well.
Change up.
Another change up, and goodbye, Walker. Strikeout for Rosenthal. Back-to-back Ks to start the top of the ninth.
He's going to want it down and away. He's not even asking for it to bounce. And it's a good thing he didn't bounce it because he kept the bat on the shoulder and he got the called strike because it was in the strike zone.
fastball. McCutchen is late, 99 on the gun. Andrew McCutchen has walked. That was intentionally back in the 7th. Fly to center, grounded out to 3rd, and struck out in the 1st. Whoa, watch out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, the Cardinals have Descalso, Rosenthal's spot, and Carpenter due up.
Piece of that 99, so we'll see if Yachty doesn't change it. Go to an off-speed pitch now.
Rosenthal trying to strike out the side.
Fastball away.
That's hit the other way. Right center. Jay is there. A chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th against the first place Pittsburgh Pirates. It's Descalso who's going to be the hero in Game 3. He'll lead it off when we come back. So Beltran has moved to the on-deck circle, and then this man, Matt Carpenter. This is our Nissan drive of the game. A double for Matt Carpenter back in the 4th inning. He's also tripled, and that was in the 5th. The single in the 1st. The pitch taken outside for a ball by Descalso. 2 for 5 against Tony Watson. They are guarding the lines. And I mean guarding the lines. You see how deep they're playing in the outfield. There are all kinds of hits to be had.
Sure are. Scalzo is 2 for 5 off of Tony Watson. Wow. In on the hands.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Keep the lefty in to face Beltran. After that, you've got Carpenter. So this is all Tony Watson. Here's a 1-2 pitch. This is low.
Talking the other night, the Cardinals hadn't come from behind very often. Took care of business in the 14-inning win.
Descalso, little floater towards short, and the catch is made for the out. Carlos Beltran, the pinch hitter.
Beltran 1 for 5, a double off of Tony Watson.
And the first pitch is taken for a strike. Beltran, as a pinch hitter, 0 for 3 this year, and 0 for 1 from this side of the plate. The 0-1 pitch to Carlos. Check swing. Did not go. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 2-1. Beltran fouls it back. 2-2.
The more pitches you see, the better you're getting the timing.
Time is called. Watson has thrown 22 pitches. The 2-2. And Carlos pops it up. That'll find the seats. Out of play. Tony Watson came in. First man he saw was Molina, struck him out. Got a ground ball from Matt Adams, then struck out Cosma to end the bottom of the 8th. Descalso, first man he saw this inning, popped out to short. And now it's 2-2 on Carlos Beltran. Outfield deep. They are straight away.
Leads the team with his 20 home runs.
And Beltran pops it up. Shallow center, and the catch made again. Clint Barmas, 2 down. Well, wouldn't it be something if Matt Carpenter could hit for the cycle, and in doing so, win a ball game? He has a chance with a walk-off homer. He's 3 for 4. A single in the first. Double in the 4th. A triple. RBI run scored in the 5th. Flied out to left in the 6th inning.
0 for 5 off of Watson.
2 outs, nobody on.
Hurdle and his pitching coach Ray Surge, when they constructed this bullpen, they did things a little different. They were looking for guys that had, the ability to throw multiple innings.
0-1 pitch. Now it's 0-2. In on the hands of Carpenter, couldn't stop his swing. The 0-2. And Carpenter drives it into center field. Have yourself a day, Matt Carpenter. 4 hits this afternoon.
No matter what the count is, he's still going to make a good pass at it. And as we said all day, doesn't matter if there's a left-hander out there. He just has quality at bats down in the count. And you make one mistake, and he'll make you pay. He's only scored 1 run today. He's the leader in that department of the National League. Maybe John Jay can drive him in. John Jay is 4 for 9 with 2 doubles off of Tony Watson.
Strike catches the outside corner. John Jay grounded into a double play in the first, struck out in the 4th, RBI single in the 5th, and then against the other lefty out there, Wilson flied out to left. 2 outs. The winning run at first. That's Matt Carpenter. 0-1 pitch to John Jay instead of check on Carp. John Jay has scored the winning run The 2 walk-off wins for St. Louis, one against Miami and the other 2 nights ago against these Pirates. And time is called.
Make a good pitch, probably get John Jay out. Make a bad pitch, he's got a better chance to get a hit off you.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Instead, another check.
Hika warming up for the Cardinals. But we'd love to avert extra innings.
And Jay hits it out to center. The catch is made by McCutchen. How we got here? It was back in the 8th. Trevor Rosenthal came in, and an opposite field shot by Russell Martin into the bullpen of St. Louis to tie it up. It's 5-5, extra innings, Pittsburgh and St. Louis. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Favorite commercial of the truck. Bonus baseball. Get a chance to see Mojica. Team's 51st appearance. He's 2-1 on the season. Good ERA, 1.74. 31 saves at second in the National League. And opponents are batting 196 in our Chevy call to the bullpen. Edward Mojica, the Cardinal closer, comes in here to start the ninth.
10th inning. 5-5 game. Mojica, after 2 innings put together by Rosenthal, which he allowed that solo home run to Martin, struck out 2, gives way to Mojica. And the first pitch is a shot into center field. Jay is back and makes the catch. Glasses came flying off, but 1 pitch, 1 away.
That tough one to read, that line drive right at you. And Jay got to the side and saw that it was a little further, a little harder hit. So he goes back on it casually. They're okay. Glasses are okay.
Here's the man that sent us to a tie ball game, Russell Martin. That home run was his 11th. He is singled, he has walked, and the solo home run. 0-2.
1 for 6 off of Mojica.
Talk to these players, they'll tell you they know it's coming, but that changeup, the split or the change, whatever you want to call it, they know it's coming, and it's so tough to stay back. Mahika with impeccable control. There it is. That's in the dirt, and it's 1-2. That's what really stands out for me, Al. When you look at Edward Mahika, 51st appearance. He's now at 52 innings with a total of 2 walks. That is astonishing. There's your ground ball. Tricky hop, and Martin is out. Almost ate up Cosma.
Well, they got him with plenty to spare. Efficient pitching, 2 outs on 4 pitches. Watch him come up here. Clay had a little trouble with exchange, but gunned him out.
Here's Gabby Sanchez with 2 outs. Nobody on.
Former teammates, and Gabby's 2 for 3 against him.
And he hits it out to center. Jay with room. The big bat's coming up. Matt Holliday leads it off when we return. Bottom of the 10th, and the Cardinals have Holliday, Craig, and Yadier Molina. Those servicemen situated right behind the Cardinal dugout. Front row.
They had 90 young men and women swear in to the Navy this afternoon.
Always gives us a chance to thank our military men and women for what they do, so that all of us can have a little fun. Day baseball. Enjoy this great weather here in St. Louis and America's pastime, the great game of baseball.
Well, let's give them a tribute with the Cardinal victory right now. Tony Watson will stay in his 3rd inning of work. He's been very good. Only allowed 1 base runner. That was the Carpenter base hit. And Holliday against Tony Watson is 1 for 6. It's a home run.
So here is Matt Holliday.
It's all or nothing, Dan. 1 for 6, a home run, and 5 strikeouts.
Holliday has doubled, RBI, and a walk.
He's hit the last 2 Cardinal home runs.
How about Watson? He's given them at least 2 scoreless innings. We'll see how he fares here in his third. Right-hander getting loose in the pen. The 0-1 pitch. Make it 0-2.
Melanson is the right-hander in the bullpen.
Makes this move interesting to think that you'd have the lefty still in this ball game with your big righty, the power righty out there ready and available. Also tells you what Clint Hurdle thinks about this game and the importance of it. Many times you won't see on the road your closer come in unless you have that lead. At home, you bring him into a tie game. One ball, 2 strikes. Leadoff man Holiday breaks his bat on a hop to third. Alvarez makes the play. Brings in the right fielder Alan Craig.
And the reason why Tony Watson stays in there is Holiday was 1 for 6. Alan Craig's 0 for 5. Molina 1 for 2 against Tony Watson. 1 career walk-off hit. 2 sounds a lot better.
1 out, nobody on. One ball, 1 strike. Misses in. 2 balls, 1 strike on Craig. Grounded out to short. Is grounded to third. Twice he has flied out to right. Crowd of better than 41,000 plus would love to end this homestand on a positive note and a big win against Pittsburgh. 2-2. Show you the importance of this game again. A win for St. Louis, they're 2 out. A loss, they're 4 back. Two balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. The next 2, Alan Craig. Extra innings, you think about bench players. Who's available? The Pirates have Tony Sanchez available. That's it. The Cardinals have used Beltran. They've used Pete Kozma. They still have Chambers, Robinson, and Johnson. Cardinals in their bullpen with Segrist and Mujica. Walkup. The last thing they want to do is use him. If they had to, I guess they could. The 2-2. As Craig yanks it foul, but Mike Matheny felt he was off limits coming into play today.
You can always use Westbrook. Tomorrow starter.
That's a good point.
This is a game, though. You have to pull out all the stops to win this one. You can get an arm tomorrow.
You've got Morris and Gomez, Melanson and Hughes still for Pittsburgh in their pen. The 2-2. As Craig lifts it into right center. Who wants it? Oh! The catch made by McCutchen. 2 outs. Molina. Near collision. Tabata there with Andrew McCutchen.
Didn't think it would be that tough a play, but communication at the last second. Tabata heard McCutchen call him off. Once again, Yachty has a chance to give the fans what they want.
Molina. A fly ball into right. Tabata makes the catch and sends us to the 11th. Great work from the lefty, Watson. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Second inning of work for Edward Mejica. Mejica will pitch this 11th inning. The Pirates about hit the Cardinals 12-10. Second extra inning game of this series. Cardinals won in 14 in game 1.
Tough to win on the road. During extra innings, it's just the Cardinals have to get 3 outs here, where the Pirates have to get 6.
A strike to Tabata. Farmas on deck. Pitcher's spot, Tony Watson. This will be pitch number 8 for Mejica. And a 1-2-3 10th inning. Nobody is throwing right now in the Pittsburgh pen. Would Tony Watson potentially go 4 innings?
I don't think so. I think they wait to an out or so.
Line drive center field, and it drops in. Jay thought about taking that chance and thought better of it. And the go-ahead run is aboard.
Came in on it and then decided to back up. Got the tough hop that stays with it. See if we can't get a double play off the bat of Barmas. He had made his presence known back in the 5th inning with a 2-run home run.
Hold the runner at first. Barmas. Let's see if they want to use the bunt here and a sacrifice. Fundamentally sound player.
Last position player is on deck, Tony Sanchez.
Nobody out, runner at first. First pitch is taken for a ball as Molina was up Looked to be a pretty good pitch. Also looked like he may have offered at it, but it's called ball one.
Plate umpire gets screened a little bit, and he does offer at it, but our first base umpire, Greg Gibson, said he did not. There was a little flinch towards the field.
The bunt is down. Adams flips to Carpenter. So the sacrifice is good, 3-4. And Clint Hurdle will use his backup catcher. So he is out of position players. This will be Tony Sanchez.
And then you'll get Morris and Melanson up. Melanson come in if they take the lead. If they don't, they'll bring in Morris.
So the go-ahead run in good speed. Tabata at second base. Tony Sanchez hitting 188 this year. Small sample size, was brought up to be the backup. Michael McHenry injured his knee. He's done for the year. Had surgery out in California. So Sanchez, who was called up about a month ago, was recalled. And we saw him in the series at Pittsburgh.
High draft pick. Think a lot of him.
This is where you get the tubs out for the managers when you think about having no position players left on your bench, and you worry about who would be your emergency catcher. All those things come into play. That's right now what Clint Hurdle potentially is facing. That's tapped foul.
Tony Sanchez at AAA hit 288, 10 home runs, 42 RBIs in 76 games. He has 2 career RBIs, and both of them come against the Cardinals.
One ball and 2 strikes on Sanchez. One out, runner at second. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2. Just missed. Getting to that point in time in the day where the shadows do become a factor. You got about another 30 minutes or so, and shadows will be at home plate. A 3-2 pitch. Walked him. Doesn't get the call, in back-to-back pitches that were awfully close, and just the 3rd walk issued by Mujica this year. When he walks somebody, you definitely question the strike zone.
You walk them, but you know they're close pitches out. The hitter lay off 2 of them back-to-back.
So now you have the potential of a double play. But tough to do that with Marte with 1 out, runners at first and second.
Marte has hit into 6 double plays, so can be done. Still only 17 pitches thrown by Mujica in his 2nd inning of work.
1 out, runners at first and second. Marte looks at a strike, and apparently that wasn't a strike the last 2 times he went to that outside corner.
Floating strike zone.
Mujica at 18 pitches, the most he has thrown this year, 30. That was on August 11th against Chicago. A pickoff, and
Boy.
boy, you talk about taking a chance. My goodness.
Yachty makes his typical throw, and this ball was in the foul territory side. If he throws it right over the bag, they've got it. But he had to make sure he caught that ball and keep it from going down the right field line, and 2 runs scored.
Fearless. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nasty pitch there. For Mike Matheny, you start thinking about this game advances past the 11th inning. He's got 1 guy available in Segrist, but as you mentioned, covered with Jake Westbrook potentially. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Got him to wave at it, and a strikeout for Mexico.
And you get into pennant race, you have to ask everybody to reach down and dig a little deeper. And I don't know how much more you'd want to go with Mexico, but Segrist may have to go 2 or 3 if it goes that far.
Neil Walker is hitless today. Does have a sac fly RBI, and that was back in the 5th. In his career, 1 for 5 against Edward Mexico. Runners at first and second. And a line drive that is foul. Just foul. And Mexico gets away with that pitch.
At least we know the crowd's still awake.
That pitch was up.
He's in about 2 feet foul. So it's a good strike 1.
It was only Mexico's 2nd walk since the 2nd game of the season. 51 and a 3rd innings pitched. He had gone without a walk. Two outs, 2 on. Time is called. Oh, 2.
Say you strike him out here, and then you just take all that momentum into the dugout and you come up with your winning run.
0-2 pitch. Ground ball. Adams is there. Takes it himself. The big man leads it off when we come back.
11th. And player of the game brought to you by Budweiser. Grab some buds. It's Matt Carpenter. 4 for 5, a double, triple, and an RBI. That's a home run for the cycle, and our Chevy calls the bullpen. Brian Morris, for the 40th time. He's got 5 wins, 5 losses, 5 holds, 2.65 ERA, and 28 strikeouts, 20 balls. Brian Morris did pitch a scoreless 8th inning Tuesday night. Scattered 2 hits over that 8th inning. Surrendered 1 home run in his last 17 games. He's been scored upon twice in his last 11 games. And Matt Adams, with 1 swing of the bat, could send this crowd home very, very happy. And the Cardinals with a series win and 2 games back. But they've got to win.
It's another 2 innings of scoreless baseball put together by Mojica. Adams, a single today and a run scored. First pitch to him. It's taken for strike 1. Matt Adams here. Then Pete Kozma, Daniel Descalso. We are in the bottom of the 11th. Pittsburgh and St. Louis. And Adams hits it out to center. The catch made by McCutchen for out number 1.
That was about 0 for 1 against Morris.
One out, nobody on. Pete Kozma. And Kozma hits it towards third. Alvarez makes the play. The Cardinals 2 walk-off wins. One was in odd fashion. Base hit. Shane Robinson to right. Giancarlo Stanton tosses it back in. It gets away. The play that's done by high school kids. And then 2 nights ago, great slide here by John Jay. Daniel Descalso, 2 down, nobody on. And the first pitch is taken high. Cardinals have Segras, the lefty, getting loose in the pen. The most pitches he's thrown this year was his major league debut against Arizona back on June 6th. 33 pitches. And at some point, I would assume you're going to see Jake Westbrook make his way down into the Cardinal bullpen. Just sit down there and be available, be ready. Here's a 1-1 pitch.
Tuesday night's hero, Chambers, is on deck. Skiles would get on and have a repeat.
Two and two. Mejica's spot is due up next. Adrian Chambers is moved to the on-deck circle. The 2-2. Descalso with a shot into right, but Tabata right there. Series of baseball. Kevin Siegrist is our Chevy call to the pin. Adrian Chambers is into the ball game as well. So Chambers goes into the 9th spot. Alan Craig comes into the infield, takes over at first. Now you have no Matt Adams in this lineup. The Cardinals have seen their fair share of rallies by the Pittsburgh Pirates, but for the most part got out of jams. Seth Maness and then Randy Choate, this huge strikeout. Pedro Alvarez, that time it was 5-4. Then the home run. Russell Martin opposite way to tie it up. Andrew McCutchen leads it off. It's McCutchen, Alvarez, and Martin against the very good Kevin Siegrist. Outstanding rookie campaign that he has had. McCutchen has been intentionally walked twice. He's flied out to center. That pitch taken low. He struck out and grounded out to third. On a hop to short, Kozma up with it. One away. Last time up, Alvarez against Mejica lined out to center. And his one hit today was an infield hit back in the 4th on a broken bat. He has struck out twice. Five game. Pitch number 5 of the inning from Siegrist. The 1-0. Make it 2 balls and no strikes on Pedro Alvarez.
Siegrist now is appearing for the 25th game and has that ERA under 1. Like to even his record at 1-1.
The 2-0. Out of play. Always get feeling of danger when you have a power hitter. You fall behind. 2 balls and no strikes, and now it's 2-1. And the hitter, to an extent, can control the count, be a little bit more selective.
Alvarez is 0 for 2 against Siegrist.
The 2-1 pitch. Good rip and fouled back. 2-2. 95 on the gun from Siegrist. We have seen some young pitching that has impressed on both sides.
It really has, Dan, but I've been thinking about this. You know, we used to think it was only our team that had the hard throwers. Now you're seeing these kids coming out of every bullpen. And so these hitters, it's not phasing them now when they see the high octane. They're centering the ball in this one, but this game, you can see that have a kid throw 95 to 100 miles an hour isn't that big a deal anymore, coming out of every bullpen.
The 2-2 taken high. Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom of the 12th. We'll have Chambers, Carpenter, and John Jay. So potentially another shot for Matt Carpenter at the cycle. Wouldn't that be something? Outfield is deep, and here's a 3-2 to Alvarez. Oh, they got him. And why not? This strike zone has been all over the place anyway. Jeez. Siegrist will take it. Look at that. Goodness. Hey, but you better not question it. Not allowed to do that. Here's Russell Martin. Opposite field home run. Martin, the home run back in the 8th inning.
Shadows were very close to becoming a factor. Almost splitting home plate now.
0-1 pitch. That one caught Molina, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. A 5-game series in Pittsburgh with all the extra innings. This is turning out to be a 5-game series here in St. Louis.
Not it.
In the dirt.
Zegras has walked Russell Martin twice in 2 plate appearances.
The 2-2.
Got a good eye. He got a good eye, doesn't he? But if you coincide it with the umpire's eye,
I will say this: I thought earlier in the game he was better, but as we've gone on, it's gotten a little bit bigger, the strike zone.
We talked about it. We both felt our recollection was that he was a pretty good umpire. And we get that final one by him.
3-2. Got him. Strikeout for Segrist. The bullpen continues to do the job. Another chance to win it in the bottom of the 12th. See what happens between innings. Up here in our broadcast booth is Adrian Chambers, the hero of Game 1 of this series. Will lead things off for the Cardinals. It is the 2nd inning of work, is it not, for Mr. Morris?
It is, sir.
Just making sure you're still with me.
Oh, I'm still with you. Just finished fashioning the voodoo doll.
On me or
no? On
them?
On the Pirates.
Okay.
On the Pirates.
I didn't want to upset you too much. The Hungo voodoo doll. I like it. So Chambers leads it off. 9th spot in the lineup, and then you have Matt Carpenter and John Jay. Chambers slapped a base hit to left that scored John Jay in game 1 of this series. Kevin Segrist, a ground out, 2 strikeouts. Chambers on the first pitch, hustling down the line, but the play is made. Barmes has been busy today, moving to his left. Chambers retired. That's only 9 pitches to get 4 outs for Morris. Top of the lineup for St. Louis, Matt Carpenter. Big afternoon. He's 4 for 5 and a home run away from the cycle.
Barney anointed him as our player of the game. How did he finish it?
First pitch to him.
4 for 5. The one out he made was a line drive to left.
And a 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Jay on deck.
Jay is 2 for 3 off of Morris. So get on base, Matt Carpenter.
The 2-1 pitch. Taken down.
You know what we haven't seen in extra innings? We haven't been seeing the walks that you normally see.
You would think he's going to get a pitch to drive here. 3 balls, 1 strike. Why not be a hero? The 3-1. 3-2.
Looking for something else, and he throws that little backdoor breaking ball. Just caught the corner.
A 3-2 pitch. Check swing, did not go. Carpenter on base again. 5 times Matt Carpenter has been on base. That's where he's so good, Al. Where some guys, when you're on the cusp of having such a great personal milestone, would get over aggressive or expand a strike zone. We just don't see that ever from Matt Carpenter.
No, and like you said, he'll go up there, well disciplined, look for a pitch, even if it's a strike. You know, he'll take it and get the one he's looking for. And there, accept the walk, and John Jay's has some success. Let's hope that continues. All 3 outfield arms are pretty good, and they play so deep. You cut a ball off before it gets to the outfield or to the wall.
Another check on Carpenter. He represents the winning run. 14 innings in game 1. We're in the bottom of the 12th here in game number 3 of this all-important series. Jay rolls one over to the right side. That's a base hit. Carpenter on his way to third. And John Jay has given the Cardinals a golden opportunity.
It's one of the things, we're getting a little tired out there. This ball just seemed like a dribble through the infield. Allowed him to go to third, So the Cardinals are first and third, one out, and here we got a fan that's still right in it. Right in the shot and right in the getting excited about this game, and everyone else is starting to join it as they're coming to their feet. And Holiday 1 for 4.
So the winning run is down at third. First pitch to Holiday. What you get concerned about and what you're thinking about if you're the Pirates, double plays. Holiday has grounded into a team high 27.
And Holiday also drove in the last run, the 5th run of this game for the Redbirds, and he's going to get the game winner. As it brought the outfield in.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Holiday. Instead, a check on the runner at first. Very close. No need for Jay to be that far off. Be careful.
I'm sure that's what Chris Maloney's talking about right now is do not get yourself picked off. Brent Hurdle knows all about Matt Holiday from their days in Colorado.
1-0 pitch to Holiday. 1 ball, 1 strike. So from Morris's perspective, you're thinking sinker, you're thinking ground ball, maybe outside portion of the plate. See if he'll roll over on a pitch. Instead of going with it to right, you get the ground ball, potential double play. For Holiday, looking to drive the baseball and win it. 1 ball, 1 strike on the Cardinal left fielder. Again, down in the zone at 95.
That's a low ball hitter.
The outfield is way in, anticipating a shallow fly ball or liner.
It's really hard for me to believe any of them could throw out Carpenter.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Holiday. Misses just in. Not by much.
Morris looked like he wanted that one, but sure appeared to be a ball inside.
$41,000 plus ready to erupt here at Busch. The 2-2 to Holiday. Misses down and away. Craig is on deck, and it's 3-2.
Chambers are ready to erupt. Contribute in the celebration. 3-2 pitch here.
They are straight away in the outfield. 3-2 pitch to Holiday. On its way. Runner goes. Doesn't matter. Walk it off. The Cardinals win it. And they take 2 of 3.
Cardinals have done what they had to do. They won the first game in extra innings, 14 innings. They lost last night as they were beaten by an outstanding pitcher, Liriano. And today they showed their fortitude to come in this game and battle back. They were trailing 4-0 this one. They took 5-4 lead, and then they battle into extra innings and win it in 12. The Cardinals are 2 games behind the Pirates, and they feel them coming.
Up the middle and a rocket for Matt Holiday to win this game. 1 a day for Matt Carpenter. He scores the winning run. 2 extra inning games in this series. Won 14 innings. This one in 12. And St. Louis wins in both 6-5, and they take 2 of 3.